All right, y'all, we back. Let's go ahead and get it. Yeah, buddy. Salakia, y'all, for the small pause. Just trying to empty my pockets a little bit. All right, I'd like to start this lesson off by saying, Call halal Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai. That's all praises to Yahweh. In the name of the Son Yahweh Shai, Yahweh being the Most High God, the God of the Israelites and no one else, and Yahweh Shai being the man that the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ, the Son of God, who was only sent for the Israelites for the redemption of them who fall up under the old law, who transgress the original covenant. Right? That's why his blood was shed. My name is Haya El, and I'm back on the Riverwalk with yet another lesson to give to blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans if they'll lend an ear and give a little time so that they can learn who they are in relation to their history and who they are in relation to the Bible. Right? We got some people coming, so let's see what happens. How y'all doing today? Y'all got time for the Bible? 2 minutes? Well, brother, just know if your father's a native Hispanic, you're an Israelite, all right? You the people in the Bible. That's why blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, no matter how hard you work, the white man calls you lazy. You the people of God. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and get this lesson started, right? Today's lesson is called It's Crunch Time, Don't Faint, right? In today's world, we're witnessing all types of upheaval. We're witnessing all types of warfare breaking out. We've got rumors of famine going about. We've got all types of calamities befalling the earth and its people. And in these days, it is more important and imperative than ever in history, dare I say, that we return unto our God and repent and keep his laws, because the days of our redemption are drawing closer and closer, right? But we have something to go through first called Jacob's trouble, right? I'm going to go into a little bit of it today, because strength is not just physical, right? To get through the times that are coming, we are going to need wisdom and knowledge. As the Bible says, wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of our times, right? So if you are lacking in wisdom and knowledge, you are going to make mistakes that will potentially cost you your life. But let's go ahead and get into this lesson so we can dispense some wisdom to any goers about the city who are willing to listen, especially concerning our people. Because I really don't care if the heathen get it or not, or if they want to listen or not, but I do care if Israelites listen, right? So let's go ahead and get this started. So we're going to start with Matthew 9 and 16 through 17. Right? So let's go ahead and get there. I wrote the script. Yeah. Anyway, let's go to Psalms 48, 1 through 6. Salakia, y'all. Dang, that's not what I wanted. This is Psalms, chapter 48 and verse 1. Great is the Most High power, and greatly to be praised in the city of our God, in the mountain of his holiness. Beautiful for situation. The joy of the whole earth is Mount Zion, on the sides of the north, the city of the great king. So Zion is a people before it's a place, right? But of all the lands on the planet, the Most High God chose him one piece of land to call his favorite. And that land is Jerusalem, Mount Zion. And of all the peoples of the earth, the Most High God chose himself one people. And those people, again, are the Israelites. The physical Mount Zion, right? Verse 3, God is known in her places, our palaces for a refuge. For lo, the kings were assembled. They passed by together. They saw, and so they marveled. They were troubled and hasted away. These kings are the kings of the other nations, the heathen. See, when they pass by us and they see us in our right minds, in our right estate, in accord with our God, they're greatly troubled because they understand their rightful place, and that is to be servants unto tribute underneath the Israelites. Right? Y'all got time for the Bible today? 2 minutes? No English? Okay. Well, where are you from? Mexico? I'm sorry? Honduras? You're likely an Israelite from the tribe of Naphtali. Right? Have you ever heard that you're an Israelite?
No, I understand English.
Okay, that's fine. Just know, eres tu Israelito. Right? You're an Israelite.
Yeah.
Alright? Cool. You special, man. All praises. Verse 6. Fear took hold upon them. Fear took hold upon them there, in pain, as of a woman in travail. So when these other nations, when they see our people waking up to our real history, waking up to our heritage, it greatly pains them. See, we have to understand something, man. These heathen don't look at us the way we look at one another as Israelites. They look at us as the goose that continuously lays the golden egg. Whether it is that egg is labor, whether that egg is resources, that egg is talents that generate wealth and notoriety, right? Because when you think about America, especially from the perspective of those who don't live in it, America is known as a city on a golden hill full of all types of wonders. And most of those wonders were created or they are done by our people. Whether it be the music, the food, the creations that you make out of refined resources. Those wonders are made by the Israelites. That's why it is so difficult for these heathen to pass by us and feel at ease seeing us preaching this word, waking our people up. While doing this work, I've had heathen literally walk up with their camera out. They don't say more than a word to me, and then they put that camera away and they just walk away. Because this enterprise, this fishing of men, it troubles them because they understand that this is not for them. And when fishing season is at an end, hunting season will follow shortly thereafter. So they are greatly troubled at this endeavor that they see before them and that they hear about them as they travel or traverse their cities and travel through their neighborhoods, because the Israelites are everywhere and we're waking our people up. Right? But that's all I wanted on that. Right? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to turn to Daniel 12 and 1 through 2. Hey, brother, you got time for the Bible? All right, brother. If your father's a native Hispanic, just know you're an Israelite. You special, all right, brother? See, he gonna laugh. But that's why no matter how hard you work, brother, the white man calls your people lazy. See, it's a shame, man. Our people would rather laugh it up and joke around with Esau. Meanwhile, America falling in the toilet. And most of our people, they don't have the wits about them to understand what's going on here in America. You got time for the Bible, sister?
I read it every Sunday.
Do you? What's today? Today's the Sabbath, sister. Yeah, it's the Sabbath. It's the Sabbath, sister. You're not supposed to be working, traveling, paying for stuff, cooking. You also ain't wearing your fringes, so I know you don't keep the commandments. But either way. So, let's go ahead and get to Daniel 12. Because see, that time that we're about to go through is called Jacob's trouble. See, and it's a shame. The first Israelite I come across today would rather hold hands with the white man and continue on about his day than listen to the Bible. And see, it's funny, when he said no, that white devil started laughing. See, our people don't realize, man, these other nations, they rejoice when we forsake our own people and forsake our God in favor of joining hands with them. They rejoice. But it ain't going to do them no good because their judgment is assured. See, all these damn heathen, they think that they're going to just dance on into the kingdom of heaven and not have to pay for everything that they've done to God's children. That's not the case. Right? This is Daniel 12:1. And at that time shall Michael stand up, the great prince which standeth for the children of thy people. And there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, every one that shall be found written in the book. So this message is to the Israelites in relation to Jacob's trouble. See, that's why when you go in H-E-B and Walmart today, you find more and more blank shelves. You find more and more the goods that you need for day-to-day living locked behind a glass door. See, eventually it's going to come down to the point where you're going to have to take a certain mark or a chip in order to get access to the bare essentials so that you can live your life day to day. See, that's going to be that time that I'm reading about right here. The time where Michael is going to have to stand up for the Israelites and defend blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans. Because America is going to fall back on what it knows best and what it knows most as for success of this nation, and that is slavery. See, that's the unfortunate reality about America. This country was forged and built on slavery, free labor. Can you imagine what's going to happen here when the dollar no longer has worth and they can no longer pay you to work? See, the people in charge understand damn well what they're going to have to do. They're going to blackmail people with, again, the bare essentials: food, water, shelter, clothing. And they're going to make it compulsory that you work and that you take a mark or you don't eat and you die. Verse 2, and many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. So you ain't going to get out of Jacob's trouble, whether you alive or dead. If you alive, you're going to receive your judgment for the things that you've done up to that point. And if you're dead, you're going to be awakened and resurrected to receive your judgment for the things that you did up until the point of your death. See, our people don't understand. You're not going to get around this judgment. And if you call yourself not keeping the commandments of as an Israelite, you are going to find yourself on the negative end of all of this trouble that's going to befall the nation of Babylon or America. Right? Because I cannot think of a more confused and backward nation than America, where a man could be a woman could be a man, and you could declare yourself anything in between, as if there was anything in between. But many of our people do not understand what's coming, and as a result, they've already fainted. They still reside in the valley of the dry bones, as detailed in Ezekiel 37. Lacking knowledge, lacking the wisdom of who they are, lacking the wisdom of what they should be doing. And there's a reason why I use the word wisdom, because wisdom is the wielding of knowledge. Ain't no point in having knowledge of something if it's not put to good use. And the ability to put it to good use is your proficiency of wisdom. And many of our people are completely lacking when it comes to the aspect of wisdom. But we're going to go ahead and slide over, and we're going to go to Jeremiah 30 and 7 through 8. Right? Because with us talking about Jacob's trouble, we need to hit the other point in the Bible that talks about such an event. This is Jeremiah chapter 30 and verse 7. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. For it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Most High Yahweh of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. So at this time, the Most High God is going to liberate his people from their captivity. See, though the Israelites as a nation are going to be beset by many calamities. How you doing, sister? Got time for the Bible? You'll look at my back, but when I look at you, you don't want nothing to do with it. That's a shame, sister. I'm out here for you. You special. I tell you, man. See, our people, they'll look at this like a spectacle. But if I was a white man handing out pamphlets and ham sandwiches, you'd be over here. It's a damn shame. This is Jeremiah, chapter 30 and verse 7. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. See, the time that's coming, you ain't going to be able to point to a time in history where it's worse for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. And I'm fully aware that we are the victims of the transatlantic slave trade, the Silk Road slave trade, and the sub-Saharan slave trade. I'm fully aware. We're coming into a time where the tortures are going to eclipse even those times of tumult and tribulation. But the reality is most of our people don't have the knowledge to do anything different than what they do on a day-to-day. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. See, only the Israelites are going to be saved out of that time to come. See, that's why when everybody says Christ loves everybody, they don't read the scriptures. Christ only cares about the Israelites. And the Israelites are those who fulfill the curses of Deuteronomy 28, like going into slavery on slave ship. Nobody had that happen to them except for blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Verse 8, for it shall come to pass in that day, saith the Lord of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off thy neck, and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. So the Most High God is going to liberate his people. He's going to end this captivity where we're in servitude to our overlords, paying taxes, barely subsisting and subsiding on the land that they stole from us. See, our people don't understand that without their slave master, if they don't have the coverage of the Most High God, they're going to find themselves in quite the predicament. See, that's why when our people walk by and they say that they're Christians and they're not keeping the commandments, they might as well put the Bible down completely and go back out into the world. Because if you're not keeping the commandments, rest assured, in that day of calamity, you are not going to make it. So we're going to go ahead and slide over to Revelation 13 and 1. I'm sorry, 13 and 11 through 18. It's a shame. That sister looked dead at me, man. But again, if I was a white man handing out concert tickets to Beyonce, she'd be over here. Not understanding that this is the ticket to the kingdom. This is how it starts. If you want to inherit the kingdom of heaven as an Israelite and enjoy the millennial reign of Christ as detailed in Revelations 11 or 19, Salakia, this is the first step. And that first step is learning who you are and learning what you should be doing as an Israelite. But most of our people, they are very worldly. And as a result, they don't understand what's going on. And they won't even set aside the time to be instructed so they can become aware of what's going on and change. This is Revelations 13 and 11. And I beheld another beast coming up out of the earth, and he had two horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon. Those two horns are two nations, right? So America, at its inception, was born of two nations. You had Britain, and then you had the colonies that developed here, which later became America. And speaking as a lamb, but yet being a dragon, right? Or he had horns like a lamb, but he spake as a dragon. Speaking as a dragon or as a serpent are the lies that this nation tells. The perverse sayings that are uttered here in Babylon. Verse 12. And he exercised all the power of the first beast before him. That beast before America was the Roman Empire. See, a lot of people don't realize when Rome fell, the Israelites took up that mantle as the Holy Roman Empire. That's why when you look all throughout Europe, they were calling themselves an extension of the Holy Roman Empire. That's why when you look on the crown of the Queen of England, they have all types of symbols and icons that are derived from the Roman king that had passed before them. Hell, when you even look at the places like Britain, Germania Major, Germania Minor, Spain, right? When you look at places like that, those were provinces of the Roman Empire. Britannia, right? There's one more hanging out there, it'll come to me. But that beast that came before America is the Holy Roman, or the Roman Empire. The Holy Roman Empire was when Jake took over. People like Septimius Severus, they were Jakes, right? But they were calling themselves Romans, right? But let's move on. Verse 12. And he exerciseth all the power of the first beast before him, and causeth the earth and them which dwell therein to worship the first beast, whose deadly wound was healed. That deadly wound was the end of the Roman Empire, right? When the Romans were taken out of power, that usually when a nation is wounded to the point where that nation falls and another nation rises in dominance of the world or in dominance of their respective land, and their sovereignty is done away with, that nation doesn't return. And if it does return, typically it's a shadow of its former self. But if you look at America, America is the rebirth of the Roman Empire. That's why they keep holidays like Saturnalia, also known as Christmas. They celebrate Tammuz and the Queen of Heaven, Semiramis, also known as the Virgin Mary and Jesus Christ the baby, right? See, that's why we try to make the distinction with our people that Jesus Christ and Yahushua have nothing to do with each other. Although our people are quick to conflate those two figures. More times than not, it's because they're ignorant of the history surrounding those figures. But America is the restart and the rebirth of the Roman Empire. Right? Verse 13. And he doth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in sight of men. See, a lot of people don't realize when America is dropping bombs on other nations, when they're dropping napalm and white phosphorus, that's that fire that's falling from heaven. See, the prophets of old, they saw visions of these things, and they described them the best way they knew how. That's why when they describe missiles, they describe them as arrows having tails, and the power to hurt being in their heads, because that's where the explosion happens on a missile at its head. Verse 14. And deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth that they should make an image to the beast which had the wound by a sword and did live. That's why when you go all about America, you see all types of imagery that harkens back to the Roman Empire. Imagery like obelisks. How you doing, brother? Got time for the Bible? Not today? If your father's a Native Hispanic or Native American, just know you an Israelite, you special. See, our people, they wave it off until they hungry and can't eat. Until they're in the hospital and they're not getting well. All of a sudden, God help me. God, come help me. Come save me. Not understanding that at that point, the Most High God laughing at you because you're too damn stupid to turn around and get it and keep the commandments so that you can be healed and restored when the affliction comes upon you. Got some jakes coming. Hopefully they'll stop. We'll see. How you doing, brother and sister? Y'all got time for the Bible today? You ain't got 2 minutes, brother? All right. Okay. Okay. I'll be looking for y'all, okay? See, I keep saying it, man. That's why everybody got the same song and dance. Ain't got time for God. But when somebody laid up in the hospital, they want God's undivided attention. Not understanding. That's when God, he turned the tables on you and go, well, I ain't got time for you. How many people do you have to stand over in the hospital praying they get well only to watch them die before you understand that the Most High God is going to have the last laugh no matter how you cut it? But as I always say, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, the Israelites, they learn slow. That's why we've been getting our backs beat in for the last 400 years, been getting shot, lynched, murdered, raped, land stolen, all our resources taken from us, our children taken from us. All these things have befallen us for centuries, and our people are still scratching their head, asking questions about how they're going to get out of this predicament. But that's why many of the prophets had to be put up on game before they were sent to the Israelites. They had to be told, you're being sent to a stiff-necked and rebellious house. See, that's why it don't surprise me when our people turn away from the scriptures. Because if they hated the king of all of our people, Yahushua, the righteous king from the tribe of Judah, if they hated him, what does a average lowly Judite have to do with greatness in relation to Yahushua? I have nothing to do with that greatness. So I know our people are going to hate me, if not more than they hated any prophet in the Bible. Because surely my mastery of the Bible is nowhere near theirs. So let's keep going. Now, verse 14 is powerful, right? Because when you look at the machinations of the heathen, especially the so-called white man here in America, the Edomites, the lies that they've propagated across the whole earth, the Bible talks about it at length. And verse 14 talks about it a little bit as well. This is Revelations chapter 13 and verse 14. And deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in the sight of the beast, saying to them that dwell on the earth, that they should make an image to the beast, which had the wound by a sword and did live. And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed. See, when the white man first set his foot here in America, if you weren't willing to bow down to a white Christ, he put you to death. See, these are the types of things that our people are quick to try to ignore or simply forget. But the reality is, nothing has changed. That's why the time that we're about to head back into is going to be akin to the days of old, where they are going to demand 100% compliance, and if they don't receive it, they're going to put you to death. And those who are true servants of the Most High God and His Son will be willing to be put to death before they dishonor their God. Verse 16, and he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads. See, and now we're seeing that Neuralink, it just got approved by the FDA. Something with less than 2 years of research is already being pipelined through the FDA. Because the objective is to marry it with the central bank digital currency. That's why if you don't have the mark, you're not going to be able to buy or sell. See, we're seeing all these things play out to the point where it's very simple if you understand the scriptures. But most of our people are completely in the dark because they lack the knowledge. And they lack the intent to pursue knowledge and acquire wisdom. Verse 17, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that hath the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Again, that's that RFID microchip that they are already putting in foreheads and in the right hands of people who are looking to do away with their wallets, their credit cards, and their physical currencies. See, this is how we know that we're at the end, because we're seeing all these prophecies come to pass. All right, well, let's go ahead and move on. So we're going to head to Mark 13 and 4 through 13. Right? See, in the book of Mark, our Messiah tried to put us up on game by way of prophecy, by prophesying of the days to come. And he told us what it would cost in order to be preserved in those days. Now, it was a manifold prophecy because he was also talking about the Romans sacking Jerusalem. But he was also giving information on the end time prophecies, the times that we're in right now. This is Mark chapter 13 and verse 4. Tell us, when shall these things be? And what shall be the sign when all these things shall be fulfilled? See, the apostles had to come on to Yahushua privately to ask, hey, so what are going to be the signs of the end? What should we be looking for? And this is what Yahushua said too, right? Verse 5, and Yahushua answering them began to say, take heed lest any man deceive you, for many men shall come in my name, saying, I am Hamashiach, and shall deceive many. And when ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, be ye not troubled, for such things must needs be, but the end shall not be yet. So, we've been hearing about all types of military actions, all types of brewing conflicts between nations. We hear about a new conflict basically every day here in America. And a lot of it is rumor, but some of it is actual truth. And there's live fire going on in terms of conflict between nations. And even some of that is not being reported. Right? Because I notice here in America, they're big to drum up the rumors and the hearsay, but when it comes to actual live fighting, they're very choosy on what they're willing to let slip through the filters and the censors. See, they don't like statistics like the average lifespan of the frontline Ukrainian soldier is 4 hours. They don't like those types of statistics because it paints the picture that good old America ain't got it no more. America can't stand behind her allies and ensure and guarantee victory. Those days are long behind America. And that also means that America has more than enough worthy adversaries out there to stand against her without America being able to do anything against them. We're hearing rumors of nuclear war that could spark off at any time. One of the reasons why nuclear war is so close right now is because America is dead set on moving nuclear munitions into Ukraine and surrounding nations. And Russia has already made public statements saying that their policy is preemptive nuclear striking. So if America thinks that they're going to move all those nuclear munitions around the borders of Russia, America has another thing coming. And that other thing are nuclear missiles. Verse 5, and Yahushua answering them began to say, take heed lest any man deceive you, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Hamashiach, and shall deceive many. And when ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars, be ye not troubled, for such things must need be, but the end shall not be yet. For nation shall rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom, and there shall be earthquakes in diverse places, and there shall be famines and troubles. These are the beginnings of sorrows. See, those sorrows are going to rise to an acute height at the time of Jacob's trouble. See, we're seeing it manifest now. See, that's why when you come down here to San Antonio, the downtown area, if you come down here every week, you will notice that there are more homeless people every week. Some of them are so fresh to the streets, their clothes aren't even dirty yet. And the reality of being on the streets hasn't even hit them yet. So they're still worried about paying bills. They're still worried about the well-being of this nation. And these are newly homeless folk. I know this because I speak to some of them. Right? So we're seeing the calamities take grip here in Babylon. Verse 9, but take heed to yourselves, for they shall deliver you up to the councils, and in the synagogues ye shall be beaten, and ye shall be brought before rulers and kings for my sake, for a testimony against them. You best believe if you a follower of the commandments, a keeper of the covenant, and you're an Israelite, these heathen are going to bring you before their rulers, and you are going to be persecuted. See, the student is not greater than his master. And even our master, Yahushua, was brought before the rulers and the kings. He was scourged and spat upon, and he was killed. So if that happens to the greatest of us, what shall become of the least of us? Verse 10, and the gospel must be published among all nations. But when they shall lead you and deliver you up, take no thought beforehand what ye shall speak, neither do ye premeditate. But whatsoever shall be given you in that hour, that shall ye speak. For it is not ye that speak, but the Holy Ghost. See, a lot of our people, they're trying to think, okay, well, if this happens, I'll say this. If that happens, I'll do that and say that. Not understanding that our Messiah already told us, don't give any heed to that. Keep the commandments and focus day to day. And when you're persecuted and brought before their rulers, you'll be given what to say. Don't worry about that part. The Most High God has promised that he's going to take care of his kids on that part. Got time for the Bible, sir? It's a shame, man. It's a shame. Verse 11. Actually, verse 12. Now the brother shall betray the brother to death, and the father the son. And children shall rise up against their parents, and shall cause them to be put to death. And ye shall be hated of all men, for my name's sake. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved. So for all these people talking about I'm saved, sanctified, and filled with the Holy Ghost, all these people talking about they're under the new covenant, I got news for you. Your Messiah out of his own mouth said that until all these things have come to fruition, you ain't saved. He that endureth unto the end, the same shall be saved. See, and that goes right along with the lesson today. Because, like I said, many of our people are still in a very, very comatose state. They're just lucid enough to tell you I don't have time. They're just aware enough to turn their shoulder to the scripture. But the reality is there's going to come a day where everyone's going to be searching for the men of the Lord to spell out what's going on for them. And we're not going to be out here. As it says in Amos 8 and 11, talking about the famine of the word. But let's move on. So we're going to skip over to 1922. This is Mark, chapter 13 and verse 19. For in those days shall be affliction, such as was not from the beginning of the creation, which God created unto this time, neither shall be. And except that the Lord had shortened those days, no flesh should be saved. But for the elect's sake, whom he hath chosen, he hath shortened the days. Yahushua literally has to tell us that it's going to be so terrible out here. There's going to be so much famine, disease, and pestilence and death that the Most High God is literally having to shorten the period of time day to day so that there can be a remnant to save. Had he have not shortened the days, no flesh would be saved. Verse 21. And then, if any man shall say to you, Lo, here is Christ, or Lo, he is there, believe him not. For false Christs and false prophets shall rise, and shall show signs and wonders to seduce, if it were possible, even the elect. How you doing, brother? Got time for the Bible today?
All day, man.
Well, do you believe in the Bible? What tribe you go back to in the Bible? You too. Well, just know if you're a native Hispanic, brother, you're an Israelite. The people of the Bible are the Israelites, right? And you're one of them if you're a native Hispanic. See, I keep saying it, man. Our people got everything to do except for to get the word. See, if I were to ask him, what's God's name? He don't know. If I ask him, what tribe he go back to? He don't know. That's the reality of it. More times than not, our people have no clue what's in this book. And as a result, they call on God in vain, not keeping his commandments. Actually, you know, we're going to keep going. This isn't part of my lesson, but I think it's very imperative. Because we have to understand that during this time of trouble, this is when the deliverance is going to occur. Verse 23, but take ye heed, behold, I have foretold you all things. But in those days, after that tribulation, the sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars of heaven shall fall, and the powers that are in heaven shall be shaken. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in the clouds with great power and glory. And then shall he send his angels, and shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from the uttermost part of heaven, or uttermost part of the earth, to the uttermost part of the heaven. So the Most High God is going to commission his Son to lead his armies to gather the elect, to save us from the destruction that is coming upon the earth. See, that's why you got certain of our people thinking that they're going to move back to Africa. Some of our people think that they can just move to another country and they'll be all right. Not understanding that this tribulation is coming upon the whole earth. But that's all I wanted. All right, we're going to go ahead and move on. So we're going to go to Micah 4 and 11. Because again, we need to be aware of the devil's designs. In the Bible, the word devil just means deceiver. Right? We need to be aware of this white devil's designs, where he's constantly lying to our people, constantly misinforming them on who they are and who we are. Misinforming our people about the allotments of land, as all these nations have invaded one another and traded places. But let's go ahead and get this. Right? We're going to go to Micah 4. This is Micah 4 and 11. Now also many nations are gathered against thee, that say, let her be defiled, and let our eye look upon Zion. But they know not the thoughts of the Lord, neither understand they his counsel. For he shall gather them as the sheaves into the flow. Arise and thresh, O daughter of Zion, for I will make thine horn iron, and I will make thy hoofs brass, and thou shalt beat in pieces many people. And I will consecrate their gain unto the Lord, and their substance unto the Lord of the whole earth. See, during Jacob's trouble, all the Israelites are going to be persecuted by all these heathen nations. But they don't understand that they're falling right into the hands of the Most High Power. And during that time, that's when we're going to be liberated. We're going to be given the strength to fight back against our enemies, to make them that stand against us as nothing. See, that's why our whole entire existence as Israelites right now is in a furnace of affliction, a trial by fire. And those who are going to receive that salvation and the power to stand up against the evildoers in the name of the Lord, those are going to be the men who stand resolute despite not having that power, who are willing to endure unto death. See, that's why when our people walk by and say that they're Christian, but they won't give 2 minutes, you're not a follower of Yahushua. The same man who literally laid his life down for his entire nation. The same man who prayed unto his Father 3 times that if it be possible for him to take the cup of his affliction away from him. See, a lot of our people, man, they quickly want to forget about lynchings, the tortures that have been done to us. See, they're so fearsome and torturous that even our Messiah prayed to his Father that cup be turned away from him. But he still walked that path willingly to redeem his people. Right? So we're going to go ahead and we're going to roll over to Psalms 83 because we need to know who are these people that Israel is going to be raised up and quickened to thresh and fight. What nations are we going to have to go head to head with in the name of the Lord? This is Psalms 83:1. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people, and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, and let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. For they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. See, our people don't understand enough words. So when they read something like this, they don't understand that when it says that they consulted together with one consent, meaning they've talked it over and come to a consensus among each other. They agree on the direction and the action that they have to take to prevent us from being a nation. That's why you have to really know your search terms and know what you're looking for to find the history that points us out as Israelites. And you have to be doggedly determined to not be dissuaded from a lie along that path, because you best believe when you try to search for evidence of you being an Israelite as a Black, Hispanic, or Native American, you're going to come up against plenty of lies that this white man has been crafting and carefully chiseling and sanding out and smoothing to make palatable and pleasing to the ear and to the eye. You're going to have to disavow and discard all that in order to get to the truth of the scriptures, the truth of your history, the true accounts written by historians and authors alike. But to those who have that determination, to those who have that eye salve bequeathed unto them by the Most High God, we find it simple to conduct such research, because we have the standard that we compare that information to, and that standard is the scriptures. Right? And when it says that they are confederate against thee, the word confederate means united. They are united against us. See, some of our people never stop and ask, how the hell is it that a Chinese man can come over here from China, not have any credit, not even speak English, walk into a bank, day one getting here, and apply for a business loan, and more times than not receive that business loan, and then open up his little store or his gas station or whatever in your neighborhood where you can't get shit? That's because he's part of that confederation. The same confederation that makes it their business to ensure that we don't know we're the real people of God. Verse 6, the tabernacles of Edom and the Ishmaelites, of Moab and the Hagarenes, Gabal and En, and Amalek, the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. Ashur also is joined with them. They have hope in the children of Lot. Salah. So you have a list of nations here, right? And these are their ancient names, so I'm going to go ahead and break it down. These nations that are listed here, starting from verse 6, Edom, or the Edomites, are the so-called white people of today. And it don't matter if you're talking about a so-called white man over in Ukraine or a so-called white man over in the Netherlands. They're the same people. Same with the so-called white man over in Israel. They are not the real Israelites. They are Israelis. They are like the real thing, but not quite. The next nation listed here are the Ishmaelites. The children of Ishmael are today's Arabs. And they will proudly state to you, if you put them on the spot and ask them who their forefather is, they will tell you with pride, Ishmael. And chances are, then they'll try to go into the Quran and tell you that Muhammad was the final prophet of God, not understanding that the prophethood was given to the Israelites. See, a lot of times our people don't do enough due diligence to understand who this Bible is talking about. And as a result, anybody can come in front of us and state whatever they want. And our people are willing to believe it because they have no foundation of wisdom or knowledge. The next nation listed here is of Moab. The Moabites are today's so-called Chinese. The children of Lot. The children born of incest. The children who have a physical trait that denotes them as the children of Lot. Mongolism. That's why they have slanted eyes, narrow jaws, and yeah. The next nation we have listed here are the Hagarenes, the sons of Hagar. More Ishmaelites. Gabal, a city in Edom. So you have more Edomites and the children of Ammon. The Ammonites are the brothers to the Moabites, the children of Lot. So the so-called Japanese and the Chinese are your incest children that were born of Lot. And after that, we have Amalek, the chief house of Edom. The Amalekites are mentioned by name by themselves because the Most High God has already stated that he will have war with Amalek from generation to generation. And that he has put it on his own name to blot out the existence of Amalek and to literally render them extinct. It ties right in with the prophecy of Obadiah 1 and 18, where the Edomites are to be extinguished from the earth and wiped out entirely. Next, you have the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. Those are the so-called Hamites, right? The people who sold us into slavery to the white man. Right? And then you have Assur, which are the Assyrians, right? So all these nations are joined together.
Amen.
I can only say, hey, if you're a native Hispanic. All right? Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. That's all I want to talk to you. Everybody else, get ready for slavery. Now, I want to read verse 9 because this is something that we often don't read, right? This is Psalms 83 and 9. Do unto them as unto the Midianites, as to Sisera, as to Jabin, at the brook of Kissam, which perished at Endor. They became as dung for the earth. So all these groups of people, the Most High God is going to bring them low and destroy them. They are going to lose their sovereignty as they go into slavery to the Israelites. See, that's something that more times than not, these heathen nations don't want to acknowledge. That there is an outstanding tab for all the persecution that they've done unto God's children, all the land theft, all the destruction to the earth. And the Most High God aims to pay them back double. But let's move on. So now we know the players that are involved in the deception of crushing God's people. and hiding our lineage and our history. Got some people coming. Y'all got time for the Bible today? No? No time for the Bible? Don't bother me now. If you're a native Hispanic, sister, you're an Israelite. Well, now that we know who's involved and what the Most High God aims to do to these people, let's move on. We're going to move on to Isaiah 47 and 4, right? Because our enemies plan to continue their rulership in perpetuity. This white man here in America is not going to let this nation fall. He's going to fight tooth and nail to keep it up, even if it means engaging in nuclear conflict to remain the preeminent power on the planet. Heathen walking around here. A lot of heathen walking around. And I'm surprised because it's really sunny out here. Right? See a lot of these heathen walking around. I see a bunch of rednecks and red faces. Because try as they might to fake the funk like they can go out in the sun like everybody else, we know damn well that they can't. And it's to their own physical detriment when they do so. This is Isaiah 47 and 4. As for our Redeemer, Yahweh of hosts is his name, the Holy One of Israel. Sit thou silent, and get thee into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for thou shalt no more be called the Lady of Kingdoms. I was wroth with my people. I have polluted mine inheritance, and given them into thine hand. Thou didst show them no mercy. Upon the ancient hast thou very heavily laid the yoke. So this is an acknowledgement through Isaiah by the Most High God that he is aware of what these nations have done to his children. Not just the persecution of us being murdered, but us being put into slavery and being forced to serve and to work. The Most High God is aware that they gave no exemptions to the sick, the elderly. He's aware that women and children were brought under bondage as well and given no deference or lighter work. Right? Verse 7, and thou saidst, I shall be a lady forever, so that thou didst not lay these things to thy heart, neither didst remember the latter end of it. Because see, once upon a time, all these nations knew if they laid their hands on God's children, that they would pay a hefty cost for it. But especially under the rulership of this kingdom, here in America, with the transatlantic slave trade and chattel slavery, a lot of these heathen have forgotten that there is a cost to enslaving the Israelites. And that cost is coming in short order. Verse 8, therefore hear now this, thou that art given to pleasures, that dwelleth carelessly, that sayest in thine heart, I am, and none else beside me. I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I know the loss of children. See, this is a message of warning to these nations who've oppressed the Israelites and think they can't be touched. I've had some of these nefarious white devils come up to me talking about, over my dead body, I'll leave America. Over my dead body, I'll go back to the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia. Not understanding that the Most High God wouldn't have it any other way. Because when he redeems his children, he's going to be massacring you heathen. Verse 9, but these two things shall come to thee in the moment. In one day, the loss of children and widowhood, they shall come upon thee in their perfection, for the multitude of thy sorceries, and for the great abundance of thine enchantments. So the Most High God makes a promise saying, oh yeah, it's going to happen to you. You're going to lose your kids and you're going to become a widow. And it's going to happen suddenly. And they're even given the reason why it's coming to them. For all of their enchantments and their sorceries, all of their lies and perversions that they've spread upon the whole earth. And, of course, for the persecution and enslavement of God's children. Verse 10, for thou hast trusted in thy wickedness. Thou hast said, none seeth me. Thy wisdom and thy knowledge, it hath perverted thee. And thou hast said in thine heart, I am, and none else beside me. Therefore shall evil come upon thee. Thou shalt not know from whence it riseth. And mischief shall fall upon thee, and thou shalt not be able to put it off. And desolation shall come upon thee suddenly, which thou shalt not know. That's why here in America today, we're seeing famine begin to grip America. See, one of the warnings that they gave in relation to the fuel crisis was that it wasn't the winter that just passed that we were to be worried about, because all these nations around the earth, they had reserves. It was the winter to follow after the reserves have been depleted. See, the reality is all these nations are about to go through a time of constraint and famine, the likes of which history has never seen. And those who are Black, Hispanic, and Native American here in North America, you need to understand, you comprise the primary body of the Israelites. Yes, we are scattered to all nations. But the people who are going to be liberated from the land of the north, that's spoken of in Jeremiah, those are the Israelites that are the Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans here in America today. Now, the Most High God is so sure that this judgment is coming that he dares these heathen to stand up against this judgment. This is Isaiah chapter 47 and 12. Stand now with thine enchantments, and with the multitude of thy sorceries, wherein thou hast labored from thy youth. If so be thou shalt be able to profit. If so be thou mayest prevail. So the Most High God is saying, hey, look, man, if you can hack it, if you can somehow survive all this persecution that's going to come your way, go ahead with it. But the reality is, when the Most High God moves, everybody lays down. And we're going to see that in Jacob's trouble. We're going to see that when Yahushua is dispatched to collect the elect. And the chariots are sent to and fro across the earth to gather the elect. Verse 13, thou art wearied in the multitude of thy counsels. Let now the astrologers, the stargazers, the monthly prognosticators stand up and save thee from these things that shall come upon thee. Behold, they shall be as stubble, the fire shall burn them. They shall not deliver themselves from the power of the flame. There shall not be a coal to warm at, nor fire to sit before it. So, this is a promise that during that time of trouble, that if the Most High God ain't with you, you're not going to survive. That's why this is a plea to God's chosen children, the Israelites, who are Blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, to wake up and separate from your enemies and to keep the laws of God. Verse 15, thus shall they be unto thee with, whom thou hast labored, even thy merchants from thy youth. They shall wander every one to his quarter, none shall save. See, this is further pronouncement that during that time of trouble, you're not going to be able to turn to anybody for help, because everybody's going to be going through it. Ain't going to be nowhere for you to run to be safe, because the Most High God is going to have to be your security. But let's go ahead and move on. We're going to go to Matthew 24 and 22. And this is just reiterating what was in the book of Mark that I read earlier. Got time for the Bible?
Always. I read it this morning though, so I'm trying
Okay.
to check things out before it gets too dark.
Sure. Well, what tribe you go back to in the Bible?
Well, I am to Abraham. So
Yeah. And did you know the children of Abraham who aren't Israelites? There's a stipulation on the blessing to all nations. Remember, Blessed be those that bless thee, and cursed be those that curse thee. Who are the children of the promise that came out of Abraham? The Israelites, right?
Yes.
The modern day Israelites are blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. So what have y'all done to us to receive the blessing that you think you're entitled to?
Me personally,
Mm-hmm.
financially, I contribute to many charities.
Such as?
Feed My Starving Children.
Has nothing to do with us.
Oh, it feeds children across the world.
Right, and it has nothing to do with us as a
Any
people.
color, any color.
Yeah, that's right, and that's what I just said. You didn't help us. You're going into slavery, and I can't wait for the day, that smug look on your face, we can beat the teeth out of your mouth.
To you. You know what, brother?
Slavery to you.
You see my shirt?
If
What does
I have
it
a
say?
question for you. If your husband got killed by an AK-47,
One
would you put an
cross,
AK on your shirt?
3 nails.
Would you put an
4
AK on your
given.
shirt? You wouldn't.
One
You
cross,
think Christ wants to see the thing y'all hung him on the
3
cross
nails,
on?
4 given.
Y'all are so damn stupid, man. I can't wait to see you in slavery.
God
Man, I
bless you.
can't wait. I'm going to read this for this heathen who thinks that she's exempt from her judgment. This is Isaiah 14 and 21. Prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. See, you got these damn white devils thinking that they got an exemption for the 250 million people that they killed to take America. But I got news for you. God ain't forgot nothing, and your judgment is right up the road, and I can't wait. I'm going to read it again, because I think it bears repeating. Everybody thinks God is just going to take a knee when it comes to the judgment for transatlantic slave trades. When it comes to the slavery that occurred in the sub-Saharan slave trade. Everybody thinks God is just going to take a knee and let him slide, but that's not the reality of it. This is Isaiah 14 and 21. Prepare slaughter for his children, for the iniquity of their fathers, that they do not rise, nor possess the land, nor fill the face of the world with cities. See, that's a very common excuse. They love to try to boil it down to an individual, not understanding that the Most High God judges individuals and nations. You got time for the Bible, brother?
I'll listen. Carry on.
Cool, cool. You know what tribe you go back to in the Bible?
No, sir. I'm just here to.
Okay. Is your father a native Hispanic? Mexican? Well, it matters. That's why I'm asking. Is he Mexican? Yeah, you likely come from the tribe of Issachar. And there's proof, right? In the Bible, Issachar is prophesied to be a strong ass. What's an ass? A donkey, right? The unofficial animal for Mexico is what? The burro. Crouching down between two burdens. Where's Mexico situated at? Between America and South America, being pulled in two different directions. The Bible also prophesied that Issachar would be a working animal, as I just said. What are the Mexican people known for? Working. Y'all pave all the roads, you build all the buildings, you cook all the food, you raise everybody's kids. Hell, it's so much in your name that you are the children of God that Issachar literally means he who is hired. That's why y'all could work 14 hours straight and then party for 8 hours straight, wake up the next day after drinking tequila all night long and not miss a beat. Y'all are special. The Bible also says that Issachar, or the Issacharites, would be a people led by the signs in heaven, the times and the signs. Y'all were the tribe that we would consult and consort with when we needed guidance on what was in the heavens and what it meant. That's why the Aztecs produced what? The Aztec calendar, the most accurate calendar to date on Earth. How you doing, brother? You got time to listen to the Bible at all? It's a shame, brother. You special, all right? But if you don't get anything else, brother, I'm going to show you that the Most High God views the Israelites as special and above all people upon the earth. This is Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. See, this is the type of message that I'm trying to dispense to blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans. And not just me. The Hebrew Israelite so-called movement that's taking America and the world by storm. All that's happening is that the Most High God is breathing life into his people, and we're remembering who we are. See, See, one of the things that I love to ask my so-called black brethren is, where is the land of black? What flag do you have for your nation? When were you first called black? But if I read to you in Acts 13:1, where they called you a nigger, and that nigger means black, then it begins to make more sense that they've been calling you nigger since the times of antiquity, even though they knew damn well that you were from the tribe of Judah and that you're an Israelite. And for my brother who's sitting here, I actually want to read that, because I made a very, very bold claim that the Bible says that the Christians were called nigger in the Bible. So I'm going to go ahead and read it. This is Acts 13:1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called nigger. Now that term there is Latin for black. Now granted, it only has one G on it, but what are the odds that it means the same thing as the one with two G's? See, our people often give too much credit to the so-called white man. We think he's inventive when he comes up with these pejoratives and these names that he puts on us. See, a lot of times our people don't even know that he didn't just call so-called black people Negroes or niggers. When he first got here, blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, we were all under the same umbrella called Negroes. After we were called Negroes, then he called us Hebos. Sounds a lot like Hebrews. And then when he realized that there was strength in numbers, he started to try to divide us up. All of a sudden, we became Puerto Ricans. We became so-called black people, Jamaicans, Barbadians, Haitians. All these people are Israelites. See, and the white man definitely got a reminder that he had to divide us up after the Haitians defeated the French. And then they started going throughout the Caribbean and throughout the provinces of South America, assisting their Israelite brethren and throwing off the oppression of the Edomites that had taken hold of their nations. Mainly the Spanish conquistador, the French, and the Dutch. They even tried to get a little bit of a foothold down in Louisiana to help the so-called black man here in America. See, that's why when you look at the brutality of slavery, it was at its worst down in the French Quarter. It was at its worst here in Texas. Texas was one of the last states to get rid of slavery. As a matter of fact, it was the very last state to abolish slavery. That's why we celebrate something called Juneteenth. Because in 1863, after the Emancipation Proclamation was passed, and it was legally mandated that we were supposed to be freed from slavery, the white man was so desperate and craven to keep us in slavery that he kept us an additional 2 years before we were finally officially let go. But what are the odds after he let us go that we immediately went into the prison houses? Because he passed things like vagrancy laws, pig laws, black codes, Jim Crow, made things like loitering illegal, punishable by being put in prison and forced to work. Last time I checked, if you're forced to work, what's that called? It's called slavery. And I want to show this as well. Because see, the real Israelites were prophesied to be hid in prison houses. See, that's why when you look in America today, over 80% of the makeup of today's prisons here in America are blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Though crimes like murder, assault, rape, drug possession, sure thing, brother. You're special, all right?
Have a good one.
But crimes like that are done far more by our oppressors than we ever engage in those crimes. See, I knew that would get rid of him. He didn't want the word, and that's a shame. See, that's my litmus test for the men. If I start calling out your oppressor and you want to get skittish and leave the area, then I know you're not cut for this truth. I know you're not cut out to serve the Lord. Because when you come to serve the Lord, you have to prepare yourself for temptation. And many of our people fall for temptation if there's the slightest potential for a reward. So I want to read Isaiah 42 and 22 real quick. This is Isaiah chapter 42 and verse 22. But this is a people robbed and spoiled. They are all of them snared in holes, and they are hid in prison houses. They are for a prey, and none delivereth, for a spoil, and none saith restore. Got time for the Bible?
I do,
But, yeah, it's not important. Okay, I feel you, man.
I've been saying.
Yeah, have a good one, man. See, again, when our people cry out to God, man, they don't understand. When you turn your back on the word, he turns his back on you and you pray to him. Yep. And he's saying, amen, thou sayest. Our people don't even know what they be agreeing to, man. Because, see, when you go to the church, all you got to do is clap real loud and say, amen, pastor. Show you right, pastor. Make it plain, sir. Saying stupid shit like that when you don't have the slightest clue of what's being read to you out of the Bible. See, that's why in the days of affliction, our people are going to be asked out here, man. But let's continue on with the lesson here. I'm trying to parse my water, right? I ain't trying to just drink. But, so we are going to go ahead and continue on with the lesson. So we are going to slide over to Proverbs 24 and 10. Because this part of the lesson pertains unto knowledge and strength. And I group those two things together for a reason. Because knowledge is strength. Especially in the times to come. This is Proverbs chapter 24 and verse 10. If thou faint in a day of adversity, thy strength is small. So in the days that we're coming into, if you find that you can't hack it, that means your knowledge of the scriptures and your adherence to the commandments of the Most High God is small. And here's how I know in that day that will be the case. Because we are told expressly that the Most High God will give wisdom unto those who keep his commandments. Give me 1 second. It's at the beginning of Sirach. It's like Sirach 2. Actually, it's Sirach 1. This is Sirach 1 and 26. If thou desire wisdom, keep the commandments, and the Lord shall give her unto thee. For the fear of the Lord is wisdom, and instruction, and faith, and meekness are his delight. See, that's why when people say that they're knowledgeable about the scriptures, but I see them riding around on the Sabbath. See, and I only say this is the Sabbath because I keep the lunar Sabbath, right? But if you ain't got no fringes on, if I see you just doing whatever you want to do, doing your own pleasure on a Saturday, and you ain't keeping no commandments, I'm going to give you the coloring book version of the Sabbath. So that you can put your best foot forward to keep that high holy day that the Most High God gave us to keep in perpetuity. That's why I always ask our people, when they are in their arrogancy, saying they know the Bible, I always ask them, what's today? It's the last day of the week. What are you supposed to do on the last day of the week? You're supposed to rest. You're supposed to keep the Sabbath. But more times than not, our people ain't trying to hear that. But see, they don't understand, man. That's why they ain't got no wisdom. But we're going to go ahead and slide over to Isaiah 40 and 25. Right? Because we need to understand that our power is going to redeem us and give us strength if we wait upon him and be patient. fathers are black, Hispanic, or Native American, just know you the people of the Bible, all right? The Israelites. If not, you're ready for slavery. Yeah, buddy. This is Isaiah 40 and 25. To whom then will ye liken me, or shall I be equal, saith the Holy One? Lift up your eyes on high, and behold who hath created these things, that bringeth out their host by number. He calleth them all by names, by the greatness of his might, for that he is strong in power, not one faileth. Why sayest thou, O Jacob, and speakest, O Israel, my way is hid from the Lord, and my judgment is passed over from my power? Hast thou not known, hast thou not heard, that the everlasting God, the Lord, the creator of all the ends of the earth, fainteth not, neither is weary? There is no searching of his understanding. He giveth power to the faint, and to them that have no might he increaseth strength. Even the youth shall fail, and be weary, and the young men shall utterly fall. But they that wait upon the Lord shall renew their strength. They shall mount up with wings as eagles. They shall run and not be weary, and they shall walk and not faint. And that renewing of power is going to take place in the moment when we are changed and given glorified vessels, those who be worthy. I dare not count myself among them, but I pray that I be counted worthy. That's why I'm doing this. See, that day is coming where our people are going to need some upgrades to deal with their enemies. But the reality is, most of our people are not going to get it because they don't want to keep the commandments of the Bible. Yeah, go ahead, man. Y'all got time for the Bible today?
Not right now.
Well, just know somehow you're.
Church tomorrow.
Well, did you know God's not in the church? Acts 7 and 48. God dwelleth not in temples made with hands. Yeah, and you're going to go right to the church. I know. I know. See, again, you'll have people acknowledge what you say to them, and then they'll turn right around and do exactly what the Bible tells them not to do. And that was an Edomite, so I'm not surprised. But the jury's out on the woman standing next to him. It looks like she mixed with something. But if she don't want to stop, that's on her head. How you doing, brother and sister? You got time for the Bible today? If your fathers are Native Hispanics, just know you're Israelites, all right? See, I always say it, man. Everybody call on God when things get rough. Call on Dios when they can't afford to feed their family or pay rent. But you don't want to keep God's commandments. That's why those types of things happen. See, man, people don't realize, man, this word here is serious as a heart attack. See, and in their mind, they're just getting away from somebody they perceive as crazy. But see, our people never stop and question. Who were the apostles going out to when Christ said to go to the highways and the byways and preach the gospel? Where did they go? They did this. The prophets of old, when they went and dispensed the word in the gospel, where did they go? To the highways and the byways, just like this. See, the unfortunate reality is that our people never really stop and give diligent consideration to what the Bible is really telling them to do. And as a result, they think that they can just kind of bend one law here, break another law there, and that they're all square. Not understanding that the Most High God is requiring you to be without spot. You got to be trying your damnedest to get into the kingdom of heaven. And even then, some of us are not going to be worthy. Some of us who preach the word, including myself, might be found wanting. That's why we do our best to do what we can in service of our God. And we hope that through his infinite grace and mercy, that we will be found worthy in that day, worthy of a white stone, exemption from judgment. But let's see what we got. So we see here in Isaiah 40, 25 through 31, that the Most High God has promised to give strength unto his people who wait upon him. And waiting upon the Lord doesn't mean just sitting there idle. That means enduring to keep the faith, to keep the commandments, to love one another with all of our might, soul, and strength, and to love the Most High God above all that. And the way you do that is according to the love that is displayed in the commandments that we were given. Things like not hating your brother in your heart, as it says in Leviticus 19. Not standing in your brother's blood while he's being accosted by the calamities of this world, the misfortunes of this kingdom, the agents of chaos and judgment. We're not supposed to stand idly by while our people are murdered in cold blood. We're supposed to get involved. Things like that show that you have an understanding of what it means to love one another in accordance with how God says to love one another. See, and there's going to come a time where you're going to have to literally say, you know what? It's assured death for me to not take this mark and to be cast out with no food, no water, no shelter. But you're going to have enough faith in the Most High God to do just that. That's the love of God that he's requiring of all of us. The same love that Abraham displayed when he was willing to sacrifice his son, because the Most High God gave him the word to. But let's keep moving. All right. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go to Isaiah 33 and 5 through 7. Because we have to understand what real wisdom is. Right? Because I mentioned it at the beginning of this lesson, and now I'm going to read the scripture for it. What knowledge and wisdom is in relation to the times that we're in. This is Isaiah, chapter 33 and verse 5. The Lord is exalted, for he dwelleth on high. He hath filled Zion with judgment and righteousness, and wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times, and strength of salvation. The fear of the Lord is his treasure. So knowledge and wisdom is strength. See, the young and the mighty are going to fall in the day of affliction, because they are going to be devoid of wisdom. They're going to trust in their guns. They're going to trust in their plan to get through hardship, and it's going to fall through. That's why you got people trying to store up a year or more of food at the request of their government. China is literally telling its citizens to have a year's worth of provisions ready at any given moment, because they know nuclear war is imminent. They know all-out war could break out any day now, especially concerning the issue over Taiwan and Ukraine. I should say issues, plural, right? They're well aware of these things, so they're trying to tell their citizenry to prepare. But we see here, through the words of the Lord, that wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times. And we know the heathen are completely lacking in wisdom and knowledge. So they are going to sway to and fro like a sapling in a stiff breeze. See, and to the Israelites who lack knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, they too will be just like the other nations. And ultimately, they are going to perish in the times of affliction and judgment. But let's move on. So, you know what, guys? Now, how do you acquire wisdom? Right? That is a very good question. How do you acquire wisdom? I'm going to read two verses. Revelations 1 and 3. I'm going to come to that in a second. But I believe I'm going to get this out of first. Actually, second. Lot. This is 2 Timothy chapter 2 and verse 15. Study to show thyself approved unto God, a workman that needeth not to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. That's one way to acquire wisdom, by studying to show thyself approved, accomplishing a diligent search, conducting research into a matter, so that you can not only know of it, but just be all around knowledgeable. Most of our people are not knowledgeable on what God wants them to be doing. They are not knowledgeable on their Messiah. They're not even knowledgeable on how to feed their own bodies, feeding themselves garbage and abominable foods. Not understanding that in the day of calamity, man, those things will see your ass up out of here, man. They could be the reason for your demise, not having that wisdom put into practice. This is Revelations 1 and 3. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand. So with the time of judgment being at hand, you are doubly blessed if you are an avid reader and researcher. But more times than not, our people, the last thing they want to do is read. The last thing they want to do is listen to somebody dispense knowledge. They want something that provides instant gratification, and as a result, they are devoid of knowledge, devoid of the knowledge of God. And in the times where that judgment is being undertaken, they're not going to know who to call upon. They're going to be calling upon God by a title that he doesn't respond to. See, the Most High God has winked at our ignorance. But we're coming into the times where the gospel is being preached to all the ends of the earth. See, one of the reasons why the end can't come until the gospel is preached into every corner of the world is because there can't be any excuses for anybody on the day of judgment. Now, there are still going to be some of our people in some remote places on the earth who still have not heard the gospel of the Bible, the gospel of our Messiah, Yahushua HaMashiach. And to them, we are going to be sent. But at that time, Jacob's trouble is going to be well underway. And the Israelites here in North America are already going to be in the process of being relocated back to their homeland. But let's go ahead and move on to this. So we're going to go to Revelations 12 and 15 through 17. See, one of the reasons why you need to have knowledge, as I said, is because we are in a literal flood of lies. A literal flood. And the Most High God has seen to it that certain relics and certain bodies of knowledge have been preserved, so that in the days of affliction, we would have a source of knowledge to consort with, to bring us up to speed on who we are and where we come from in our true heritage. But again, you're not going to receive that information if you are not an avid reader. If you are not somebody who is doggedly pursuing knowledge. Who is serious about the acquisition of information to be put into practice so that it can be put into the realm or category of being wisdom. Because again, there's no purpose of having knowledge without the ability to use it. But sure I got the right one. All right. This is Revelations chapter 12 and verse 15. And the serpent cast out of his mouth water as a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away of the flood. Now that serpent, we know, is so-called Esau Edom, the so-called white man. That's the serpent. That's the red dragon that has poisoned the world with lies. Lies that they are anyone else other than the Edomites. Lies that the children of Israel are so-called lost, Because we've never been lost, only scattered. But if you listen to the serpent, those are the types of lies that you'll believe in. See, and with all these lies and these efforts to cover up who the real Israelites are, the Most High God had to get involved. Verse 16, and the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened her mouth and swallowed up the flood, which the dragon cast out of his mouth. So when the earth opened its mouth, what it means is the Most High God had certain relics be preserved. Things that are being unearthed to this day. Things that are being revealed that show that we are the real Israelites. Things like Chief Joseph's cuneiform stone with our Native American brothers. Things like the Los Lunas stone down in New Mexico for our Issacharite brothers. Right? All types of relics have been preserved for our learning. Things like the Dead Sea Scrolls that were in the how do you say it? Qumran? It's like Qumran, the Qumran caves. All those scrolls that housed a lot of the different parchments, the ancient parchments, wherewith they were able to translate the Bible. Right? See, a lot of people, they think that King James and a bunch of people just got together and wrote the Bible, not understanding that they only translated it. They translated it from Greek and Hebrew. Verse 17, and the dragon was wroth with the woman, and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of God, and have the testimony of Hamashiach Yahushua. So that's how we know definitively that this woman is Israel, metaphorically, and the seed of this woman are the Israelites. And the war that the dragon is making with the seed of Israel can be seen playing out on the earth today. As I mentioned, all the lies that they've undertaken in upholding and perpetuating among our people so we remain ignorant of who we are. All the efforts to displace us from our land and to reside in that very same land, defiling it with all types of abominable behaviors. Amalek was talking about how they had their first gay parade over in Israel this year. First ever. Although they have the largest gay parade or gay party, whatever the fuck you want to call it, in Tel Aviv every year. See, again, if you just read the scriptures and you read about who's who in the Bible, you'll quickly come to know who the Israelites are and who they are. It's not even difficult. It just requires diligence. That's why we can say with certain that many of our people, when they faint in the days of affliction, their faith is small. And it's demonstrable because they don't even keep the commandments. They don't even know that it's incumbent upon them to keep the commandments. Well, let's go ahead and move on. Slide to the next horrific view. So we're going to go Wisdom of Solomon 7 and 28, and 9. How you doing, brother?
You good, brother?
Doing all right.
We have a long walk, brother. I love that. I do like that, but yeah, we'll never get to know right.
You can't do 1 minute? What? One? All right, brother. Do you know who you are in the Bible?
Do I know who I am, man?
Yeah. What tribe you from?
I do not.
Okay. So, I have a question for you. You call yourself a black man, right? Or African American? Where's the land of black man? Well, we are the original Europeans. You're right about that. But there is no land of black, right? When we came from the west coast of Africa, we came from a place called Negro land, which Negro means black. So technically, there is a land of black, but really, we know there isn't. All right. On that map for Negro land, where Ghana and Togo are today, there was the kingdom of Judah. Right. So they took us from there. They knew that we would be Israelites from the tribe of Judah, the southern kingdom. Right. You would be from the tribe of Judah, and if your father's a native Hispanic, is that the case? Mexican? You're from the tribe of Issachar. So y'all are both Israelites. Y'all are the people, when you read in Deuteronomy 28,
They don't like us.
well, yeah, they definitely don't like us, right? Because we are known, and that's actually one of the curses, right?
I knew that because I was
God is Yahweh. They used to worship a God called Yahweh, the Great Spirit, right? And they also wore fringes, right? They would do things like keep first fruits. That's another holiday that we do. They would do a lot of the Israelite customs. I'm only telling you this, brother, because the captivity that we suffer here, we're only suffering because we won't turn back to God and do His commandments. Because think about it. How does a man who can't stand out in the Texas sun for more than 45 seconds not burning up? How does he come over here and subjugate an entire nation of hundreds of millions? That's impossible. But if you read the Bible, this is one of the curses, right? This is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. Two more verses and I'll let y'all go, okay? Alright, so this is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command you this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So, we're going to be cursed if we don't keep the commandments. Let's see some of those.
Already happened already.
It's our brother, it's happening. You're standing on it right now. Now look at it. This is verse 23. And the heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is underneath thee shall be iron. Don't it feel different when you go outside in the bare grass at about 8 in the morning, the people still out, you don't have your shoes on, your heartbeat a little slower, your muscles feel a little bit more relaxed, taking a deep breath and it feels good. But when you walk on this concrete, you know if you fall, you make a mistake, it's gonna hurt. You might have to spend the next couple of months at the hospital. Right? That's only one curse. This is another one, right? Verse 25. The Lord shall cause thee to be smitten before thine enemies. Thou shalt go out one way against them, and flee 7 ways before them. It shall be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth. We're scattered to all nations, brother. Puerto Ricans, Brazilians, black folks. We're all Israelites. Remember during civil rights, you had the Brown Panthers, the Black Panthers, the Chicanos. We all came together. What happened as a result of it? Nothing. We got scattered. We went 7 ways. So we'll come together and we'll flee 7 ways. Here's the big one, right? Because we all know about the transatlantic slave trade. But who are the victims in that slave trade? Black people, right? Who else?
Slaves.
The colors, the Mexicans,
Most of them still alive.
the Mexicans, the blacks,
Our native Hispanics and just native Indians all together. So we fit this one right here. This is verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. The word Egypt in the Hebrew is a word Montezari. Montezari means to be brought to a place of double straits or hardship. So if I bring you by force into a place of hardship and I make you work for me, what's that called? Slave. That's what this means. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies, bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Who came and got us once the white man flips and says, nobody. We still here. Getting abused, choked out in the streets, shot down in cold blood. And no one's saying, hey, stop doing that to the people. The UN just started saying, hey, look, y'all have a history of slavery. Y'all need to do something about that. But that's how many years after slavery?
right?
About 400 years. About
Not even
almost 5.
the black president came in.
Well, but did you know he's not black? He's from Kenya.
Oh, really?
He's a Hamite. Yeah.
See, and I told you.
I've been in the news field for about 8 months.
Why do you think they had him?
Obama's not black. Everybody been talking about him a long
Obama,
fucking
I
time.
told you Obama was crooked himself.
Yeah, but
We're
what?
talking about cricket. We talking about he's not black.
No,
Yeah,
I said.
but why do you think they had him shoot basketball, playing the saxophone, all that nonsense? Because those are stereotypical things that black men do.
That's right.
That's what they were trying to have black people identify with him. And then when he got into office, who did he pass legislation for? For gay people.
Right.
You would assume a real black man getting into office, he'd be like, look, I'm at least having to stop killing y'all. But he didn't do that. As a matter of fact,
He gave the right to Biden.
well, you know, they call Biden Jim Crow Joe.
Right.
Because you remember the crime bill of the 90s?
Yeah.
Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, they were the 2 biggest proponents. Joe Biden even wrote some of the crime bills.
Yeah.
And
And,
our
and so did Hillary. Both of them are.
I don't follow politics. I don't know
both-
this shit about politics.
I'm telling you, it's
I don't
so
vote
crooked.
because I know I ain't gonna know it. It
But,
don't matter.
but that's spiritual, brother, because you know the Bible says
He gonna win.
you're only supposed to vote for people from your nation.
Yeah, right.
That's why the first king of Israel was who?
We already.
It was Saul. And Saul was appointed by the Most High. And after Saul went off, what happened? The Most High appointed David. We never had a vote when it came to our leaders. The Most High God always decided who was to lead Israel. Right? But brother, the one thing that you're supposed to be doing as an Israelite before you go is this. Just take this with you. And if y'all got time, come back and see me. I'll be out here for a few hours. Right?
We're gonna eat family right now. Waiting on us right
Okay,
now.
okay. I'm gonna make it quick, but I'm sorry. All right, so this is Ecclesiastes 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter. Fear God and keep His commandments. So this is the whole commandment. That's right. How many commandments are there? Yeah. 600.
Oh, we talk.
Yeah, they teach you in the church there's 10. And they don't even keep the 10. The pastor be sleeping with everybody's wives. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
But just know, brother, if you want to know the commandments, look at the Hebrew Israelites on YouTube.
And you said there's how many?
613
600?
and 13.
Wow. 13.
Like there's a commandment not to hate my brother in my heart. That's Leviticus 19 and 17. That's a commandment. I literally cannot hate you.
You know, and I feel like, because I love the Bible and I read on people, but I'm like, I never heard of the 613. I've never heard of the 7. I mean, the 10. I've always heard of the 7.
Yeah.
I'm like, there's 7 commandments that Jesus don't like. That's the 7 that I've heard and I've heard and I've never heard 10.
But here's the thing. You heard that if we don't keep the commandments, that we have the curses. You think our enemies don't know that?
Right.
In the book of Judah, they actually held conferences with one another to say, if those people are in league with their God and keeping the commandments, we're going to get humiliated before them.
Right.
But if they're going off from the commandments, they're in our hands.
Like I said, the white man knows that if we come out together, they can't stop us.
They
Yeah.
can.
They know that. That's why they can't keep us separated.
Brother,
We
I
know
appreciate
that.
you stopping me.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. We
Y'all
did.
strong Israelites.
Take it away.
Repent and
Yes,
keep the
sir.
commandments, are y'all?
Yes, sir.
All praises. All praises. You know I gotta send them off right. I gotta do all our people. Deuteronomy 7 and 6. This is Deuteronomy chapter 7 and verse 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself above all people that are upon the face of the earth. See, it's not a surprise when blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans know that they're Israelites. Because if you read the Bible, God's chosen people are a cut above the rest. We are a special people. See, a lot of times our people have a zeal for God, but not according to knowledge. They know something is different about them. They know something is special about them. But they don't know from the position of wisdom. They don't have the knowledge to put into practice to be a practicing Israelite. But I'm glad that that brother and his wife stopped. So now they know without a shadow of a doubt that they're Israelites. They know to go home on YouTube and just look up Hebrew Israelites and start trying to piece it together themselves if they call themselves being, fervent pursuers of the truth of the Bible, which I pray that they are. I hope that they are, through the strength and power of the Most High God through His Son. Right? But let's go ahead and return to the lesson. Man, the Most High God is amazing, man. Every day, Issachar be stopping in droves. Today, I can't get a single Issacharite to stop without Judah. Judah stopped with his wife. And they both happen to be Israelites. All praise. But let's go ahead and get on with this lesson. So we're going to go to Wisdom of Solomon 7 and 28. Got some more Judites coming. Let's see if we can get them to stop for a little bit. I'm gonna hold off till they walk by. I want to give them a really clean chance to stop. Hopefully they will. But we are going to go to Wisdom of Solomon 7 and 28. How you doing, brother?
What's up, T?
Y'all got time for the Bible today?
Come on, take me one good word.
Sure, man. Sure, man.
One fucking good word.
Did you know that God's children are the best on the planet?
Yes, we are.
Okay. I'm gonna prove it out the Bible.
Tell me.
Let me get it. Where you from?
Me?
Yeah. You from Haiti? You from the tribe of Levi, brother.
Oh,
You an
yeah.
Israelite. You supposed to have the law. You supposed to be telling me what to do.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm drinking. I need to take
I mean, but when you sober up, brother, make sure you get a Bible. You start getting this word so you know the law. All right, I got you. That's why I'm out here, brother. Okay. Well, let me show you how special you are. Because you got to lead them, right?
No. This is I'm enjoying life.
Yeah. No, it's not a crime to enjoy life. But just remember, your service to the Lord comes before it. All right? All praises, man.
Okay.
So this is Deuteronomy, and I want them to hear, so I'm going to say it real loud, all right? This is Deuteronomy, chapter 7 and 6. For thou art an holy people unto the Lord thy God. The Lord thy God hath chosen thee to be a special people unto himself, above all people that are upon the face of the earth. Why do you think we the fastest, the strongest, the smartest, and the most resilient? Because we special. We God's children.
We're special.
That's right. All praise. But the real name of God, brother, before you go, it's not God. God is a title. His name is Yahweh. Yahweh. When you pray, you face the east, uncover your head, and take your shoes off. And his son's name isn't Jesus. It's Yahweh Shai. Look at the Hebrew Israelites when you get home, brother. You done heard of us, man. All right, brother? It's your name, Levi. I'm going to call you by your biblical name. You Levi, all right? All right. Yeah, be safe, all right? All right. That's what it's all about, y'all. Our people waking up. All praises, man. We gonna get, I believe it's 1 Peter. Let's get that. 1 Peter 2. Let's see what it is. This is 1 Peter, chapter 2 and verse 9. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, and a holy nation, a peculiar people, that ye should show forth the praises of him who hath called you out of darkness into his marvelous light. See, that's why we need to be keeping the commandments, man. So we can get the hell up out of here, man. Seeing our people struggling, seeing our people ignorant of who they are, man, we don't need to be like that. It's a pitiful thing to see, man, when you see kings walking the earth. Meanwhile, the heathen, they riding high on horses. See, and that's another prophecy that's in the Bible. That's another prophecy. But the reality is most of our people, they don't even give the time to learn these things. And see, because he stopped, they're going to be more willing when they come across prophets to stop as well, which is a good thing. It's a manifold blessing that basically unfolds as it goes forward. See, a lot of our people don't realize how they set the trend when they do the right thing one time. So I pray that there's an increase yielded with that brother, because we need more Haitians. We need more of our brothers from the tribe of Levi having the law ready to dispense to the people. See, a lot of times we have our Levitical brothers, they out in the world and they're ignorant of who they actually are. So they don't know to be the keepers of the law. They don't understand that it's incumbent upon them to be the lawgiver amongst Israel. See, I wish that brother had more time, man, so I could tell him why his people were able to beat the French. How his people are why they practice voodoo and all, like voodoo and all those different things. Because the Unum and the Thummim haven't been taken away from Levi. Those are spiritual tools, right? The Most High God promised that he wouldn't take those tools even if they used them for evil. See, that's why Levi be getting fucked up all the time. That's why they have earthquakes, hurricanes, white man coming through, raping, robbing, pillaging, all types of poverty and fires and craziness down in Haiti. That's why you got political upheaval at the drop of a hat down there. Because Levi, they're the same tribe that is meant to strike through the loins of their enemies, that their enemies rise not again. That's why since they beat the French ain't rose up in any sort of prominence ever since. They've been leaning on Africa like a damn crutch, relying on Babylon and the other Edomite nations. But let's go ahead and get back to the lesson, right? I'm glad I gave them a clean chance to stop. I think this is a day for Southern Kingdom, man. Issachar ain't feeling it today. I don't know what it is. Usually Issachar will stop when I pray. But, and then we're going to Let's slide over to Wisdom of Solomon 9:4. Let's get 7 and 28 real quick. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 28. For God loveth none but him that dwelleth with wisdom. See, that's why a lot of times when our people are calling upon God, God don't answer them because they don't dwell with wisdom. And the wisdom of the scriptures is keeping the commandments, knowing what the Most High God has ordered his children to do. And not to mention knowing who the Israelites are, because that's the door that you walk through when you first start to serve God. You got to understand, are you even eligible to serve God? The only people right now who are supposed to be in service to the Most High God are the Israelites. Everyone else who's being used as a tool in service of God, that's just the Most High God deciding to use and break his tools at his will. Because everything is subject to the Most High God, but the Most High God has chosen one group of people to serve him, to have the priesthood, the prophethood, sainthood. All those things are to the Israelites and no one else. That's why it's so important that you know who you are. You know who you are so that you know in what capacity you are meant to serve the Most High God. But let's slide over to 9 and 4. Actually, I want 9 and 4. That's all I want. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 9 and verse 4. Give me wisdom that sitteth by thy throne, and reject me not from among thy children. That's something that we should be praying to the Most High God as Israelites day in and day out. That the Most High God give us wisdom and that he not sift us from his presence. But see, the only way you're going to pray for that is if you're knowledgeable about the Most High God. So you got to have the knowledge that you're lacking in wisdom and to appeal to the Father of wisdom in order to receive it. See, that's why a lot of our people, despite all their searching, despite all the pining away to acquire wisdom, they're devoid of it because they're seeking wisdom out of every well, aside from the one that's been purposed for them, which is the scriptures. Yeah, but let's go ahead and move on. Hey, brother, if you got time, come talk to me, man. Love to holler at you. Yeah, got a brother coming over. Oh, praise. How you doing today, brother? I'm doing great, man, doing God's work. So I'm out here preaching the Bible. I'm letting blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans know that we the Israelites of the Bible. Have you ever heard that before? Okay. You know what tribe you go back to in the Bible? Is your father a Negro? Black? Okay, you're from the tribe of Judah, more likely. Right? Judah in Hebrew is Yahweh, means God's praise. Who are the best singers and dancers on the planet? Black people, hands down. It's not even a comparison. But that's why we can't sing and dance that well no more. We sing about hoes, trap music, and blunts and 40s and strip clubs. So the Most High God took that little gift a little bit, kind of cinched it back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But you read the Bible. On the cross? In what regard? Like wearing the cross? Or well, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Actually, what you're saying is very, very true, right? I want to show you that it's a curse when our people worship the cross, right? That was one of the curses. I'm going to read two scriptures. This is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So once upon a time, when our people first received the covenant, we kept the law and then we went off and started doing something else. Whenever we go off as a nation, the Most High God puts us under curses. Here's one of those curses. There it is. Verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other. There thou shalt serve other gods, which neither thou nor thy fathers have known, even wood and stone. When it says those idols of wood and stone, what are those idols? What's the cross made out of? Wood. Well, there's another idol that our people worship that's made out of stone. Are you familiar with Islam or Muslim? They go to that Kaaba stone in Mecca. That's the other idol that the Bible's talking about. Yeah, because God's name is not Allah. And plus, in Islam, they say that Muhammad is the last prophet. Muhammad was Ishmaelite. He came from the sons of Ishmael. The Bible says the prophethood belongs to you and me, Israel. Where does a heathen get off saying that he's a mouthpiece for our God? When God literally says he's only dealing with Israel. I'll reprove that, because that's a big claim. For me to say that God only loves one group of people, ain't that a big claim? But it's stated right here in Amos 3. This is Amos 3 and 1. Hear this word that the Lord had spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth, therefore I will punish you for all your iniquities. Think about it, brother. Every time we go off, say you go rob, steal, or sell drugs, who go to jail for like 20, 30 years? Oh, blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, the people who are the Israelites. Did you know all these heathen, they are the sword of the Most High God to punish justice? That's why the white man's foot is in our ass. And that's why, because we ain't keeping his laws. But if we keep God's laws, the Most High God has promised that he would set us above every nation on the planet. Our whole reason for being, brother, is to keep the commandments. How many commandments are there? They say 10 or 12, right? There's 613 commandments. Yeah, they're like one of the commandments is not to hate your brother in your heart. Can you imagine in Chicago today if we stopped hating each other? You would stop killing each other. There's another commandment to not be a talebearer amongst your people. Can you imagine if we just stopped talking shit about each other? How much more we would love one another than along. But because we don't do those things, we get all the curses. I only read to you one curse. But there's 53 curses. Did you know it's a curse to be standing on concrete and to have a world made out of stone? It's not, that's a curse, bro. Think about it. If you ain't watching where you're going and you bump into this, you can break everything. And that's just for just a moment of not paying attention. That's a curse, bro. Ain't it a curse when you go outside in the morning and you want to feel the fresh grass between your feet? You got to step on concrete. You got to step over dog shit. You got to step past garbage. God promised that's what you're going to have to go through if you don't want to serve him. We've been given a position in the Most High God's eyes as his chosen. We will either be first or we will be last. There is no in between. We don't get that luxury. Right? But brother, if you got more time, I'll be here for the next couple of hours. I would love to give you more information because I got books over here that show that even the white man knew that when they had all those little paintings, like this is from Egypt. These are black folks on the walls of Egypt. These are the slaves.
That's not the case. It's got the name. I don't know how to explain it because it's written in old, it's like written in our own language, you know?
You talking about Hebrew?
Yeah, the one they stripped us off.
Yeah.
So now we talk about this.
You're right. You're right.
So I was reading up, it was a silver. It had the woman's moon, and it had the sunrise, sunset, and then it had the wind. It was showing like the fire. It was showing the so I was actually like, I should believe it. Because it made sense though. I was like, why would God tattoo it on our skin?
Well, I want to say this. God is not his son. They're two distinct people. Right? So you're talking about Christ being on the cross. Now, I know what you're saying because if my brother got murdered by an AK-47, I'm not going to get a diamond studded AK around my neck. It's crazy. But you leave up to this white man, crosses are everywhere. Because who put him on the cross? The Romans. So they celebrate killing our Messiah. Did you know in the Bible, the first stop that so-called Jesus Christ is going to make, I always say that because his real name is Yahushua in the ancient. Right? His first stop is going to be to the capital city of the so-called white man. He's going to kill them like a lot of them. Isaiah 63 and 1. Who is this that cometh from Edom with dyed garments from Basra? Basra is a city, capital city, right? This that is glorious in his apparel, traveling in the greatness of his strength. I that speak in righteousness, like Isaiah. Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth the wine fat? So what Isaiah is seeing, he's seeing a vision of so-called Jesus Christ coming back from the city of Basra. And he's got red on him. I have a question. If you saw a man coming down the street and it looked like he was covered in red, almost like blood, what would you do walking up to him? You'd probably cross the street. I know I would. Seeing a bloody man coming toward me, a man who looked like he's strong as fuck and covered in blood, I don't want to be anywhere near that man. Right? But this is Christ in the vision. Wherefore art thou red in thine apparel, and thy garments like him that treadeth in the wine fat? I have trodden the winepress alone, and of the people there was none with me. For I will tread them in my anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my raiment. That's Jesus Christ, bro. That's I want to give everybody a hug. Summer camp Jesus Christ. Let me tell you about the truth. Now, what should that tell you? That they don't tell you who Christ really is. They don't tell you. Hey, brother, I'm gonna show you, man, what you saying.
Because I was like, why do I have to go to church? I can praise God anyway.
That's right. That's right.
And I was telling them that you can't get blessed like in a man-made temple. And they said that. And my auntie thought I was on a whole different. She's like, you don't know what you said. Pastor said you want to come back to church. I'm like, he used to be a drug dealer.
And there's a reason why most of your pastors are ex-pimps and ex-drug dealers. Because it's the same thing. Instead of pimping crack and other types of hoes and all that, you pimping basically just whatever you want to say. Because they don't read the Bible.
Not for real.
Not for real, for
They
real.
come together from.
They'll read like 1 or 2 verses, and then that's it.
And they only touch their Bible when they go to church.
That's right.
They don't want to.
Hey, man.
They kept asking me, they was like, why you want to go to church with this? I was like, I already knew.
I want to show you, brother, what you're saying is in the Bible. This is Acts 7 and 48. Howbeit the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands.
I was trying to tell them.
You probably read it and you tried to tell them and they didn't want to hear it. You got to understand something though, brother. The people who are going to get it, who are meant to wake up, you've been chosen from the foundation of the world. And if they're not chosen, they're not going to get it no matter how you explain it, no matter how you like show it to them. My own family, brother, all I do is study the Bible. And they don't believe me. I'm talking about my own family.
And even that too.
Yeah. They ain't trying to hear that.
Especially like if you want a different path to go. There's always that one sheep.
Brother, you saying so much that's in the Bible. The Most High God says he only wants one of a family and 2 of a city. So if the Most High God only wants one person out your family, that one person who's awake, he's gonna be surrounded by a bunch of sleep motherfuckers. It don't matter how much you scream in the truth. They gonna be like, yo, I don't believe it. So brother, since you got that mindset, brother, go on and look up the Hebrew Israelites. Do you have a Bible? And this is why you keep extra Bibles. I got a camera right here, right? Brother, it's with honor that I'll give you a sword. It is with honor. Now, I want to show you how to use it. Because reading it from cover to cover, that ain't going to do no good. Right? Stay in there. Because you got to learn how to wield this Bible, and I think you're going to take to it like a fish to water. You know why? You stay lost. The Bible says the Israelites have a zeal for God, not for knowledge. You got that zeal for knowledge. How old are you? You 21? You play football? You speak? Well, I want to show you, right? I'm short too. But I know. But this is Isaiah 28 and 9. Whom shall we teach knowledge? And whom shall we make to understand doctrine? Them by a lot of people. And I'm gonna show you something.
They'll be on one page.
I will show you that most people have so little understanding of the Bible that they don't even get the first verse of the Bible of Genesis 1:20. Right? I'm gonna read it to you and I'm gonna ask you what it sounds like. And if you get it wrong, that's fine. You should get it right. Find out. Genesis 1:20. This is an app called Blue Letter Bible. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. That sounds like God, one person. So all this is a digital concordance. Concordance has done a study. When you actually put your bare feet on the earth, your blood cells in your body become basically charged in such a way that they separate, they don't clump. So it leaves you less prone to heart disease, stroke, heart attacks, all that. Why do you think everybody out here dying, brother?
They always have it, like, you know,
Yeah. We live in a defiled world, brother.
maybe vibrating low.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. But brother, this is what's going to raise your vibration. Keep the commandments, man. Look up the Hebrew Israelites when you get home. Have you heard of this? Yeah. Look us up on YouTube, and man, start your journey, brother. And if you got time, come back and see me, or another weekend. I'll be out here. All right, man. Be safe, brother. Be safe. All praises, all praises, all praises. Yeah, buddy. That's what this is about. Man, I don't know what it is, man. Judah stopping today, man. It's crazy. Sit my bag up. All right. Y'all got time for the Bible today? How you doing, brother? You got time for the Bible? 1 minute? All right, man. You special, are you, an Israelite? Yeah, buddy. We try to give our people the good news, man. A lot of our people don't want it, but to the people who do want it, man, it's a mighty thing when you see them gears turning. Or like that brother, man. That brother basically was saying everything that I was reading in the Bible. He had that zeal for God, man. He just didn't realize all he was saying was in the Bible, man. And now he got a sword. So he gonna go home, he gonna start reading, and if the Most High God permit, he gonna grow, right? That seed is gonna be by some well-watered land, and it's gonna grow very, very rapidly, because we at the end of days, right? He said he liked to read. See, a lot of times, man, when Jake liked to read, man, Jake gotta keep that shit secret. Because let some of your people find out you like reading, all of a sudden you ostracized, they talking shit about you. It's a shame, man. But we saw in Wisdom of Solomon 7 that the Most High God loveth none but him that dwelleth with wisdom. Right? I'm going to read that one again. I'm not going to read the one from 9. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 7 and verse 28. For God loveth none but him that dwelleth with wisdom. So the Most High God ain't dealing with none of his people unless they dwell with wisdom. So that's why when they say God has opened his arms to everybody, man, they ain't got that out the Bible. They speaking of their own vain opinion. See, the Most High God is only dealing with Israelites, and of the Israelites, he's only dealing with those who dwell with wisdom. So if you want these jughead niggas out here who don't want to do anything but get high, be a whoremonger, be a thought, Most High God ain't with you, man. He ain't dealing with you like that. That's why I know for damn certain when these heathen come up talking about they know God, they don't know the first thing about God, man. They don't know the first thing about fairness. They don't know the first thing about justice. Because if you saying that while you a so-called white man standing on stolen land in the land of which you raped and murdered God's children, I have to question your sanity if you truly do know the God of this book. Because those who hate the Most High God love death, as it says in the scripture. But let's go ahead and move on with the lesson. We're going to go to Psalms 94 and 16. This is Psalms 94 and 16. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity? So this is a question through the Most High God's servant David. The Most High God poses the question, who will rise up for me against the evildoers? Who's going to rise up against all these abominable behaviors and doctrines and ideologies here in Babylon? Who gonna rise up for the Most High God and say, hey, being trans is wrong, being a homosexual is wrong, preying on children is wrong. Who's going to rise up and say these things? Who's going to rise up and say withholding people's wages day by day is wrong? More times than not, most of our people don't want to stand up and stand against the evildoers in the name of the Most High. Most of our people have no interest in doing such things. See, that's why we know the men of the Lord are cut from a different cloth. Because we stand up boldly and proclaim the name of our God before our oppressors. And we let them know their judgment, that they're going into slavery. See, and in the day where the Most High God gives power unto his servants, we too shall continue to stand. See, that's why it's so hard for these heathen to make sense of the Bible when it's talking about things like being changed in an instant, as it says. I believe it's in the book of, is it 1 Corinthians 15 or 2? I ain't going to read, I'm going to confirm it, right? But a lot of these heathens, they don't understand what it means to enjoy the millennial reign of Christ and Revelations 19. They don't know what it means when it talks about, you know, the elect, or the people of God who wait upon him, being given strength to run and not be weary, to walk and not faint, to rise up with wings as eagles. They don't know what that means. Because they don't have the slightest frame of reference to make sense of it. Whereas the people of God, we have been given the eye salve to see and understand these things. Right? And it's in 1 Corinthians 15. By the way, us being changed and inheriting the incorruptible bodies. Yeah, man, I pray Brother Gary, you know, pray he get on it, because that was his name, Gary. I pray he get on it, man, and that, you know, he start keeping the commandments and realize that he is one of the chosen children of God, and to not be derelict in his responsibility in upholding the commandments. But let's get back to the lesson. So we're going to go to Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 15 through 23. This is Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 5 and verse 15. But the righteous live forevermore. Their reward also is with the Lord, and the care of them is with the Most High. Therefore shall they receive a glorious kingdom and a beautiful crown for the Lord's hand, or from the Lord's hand. For with his right hand shall he cover them, and with his arm shall he protect them. See, in the times to come, only the Israelites are going to receive that protection from the Most High. Only the Israelites are going to receive salvation. Right. You got time for the Bible today? All right, man. Verse 16. Verse 17. He shall take to him his jealousy for complete armor, and make the creature his weapon for the revenge of his enemies. Now, I want to read this again, and I want to read it a bit slower. Because a lot of times we often we just read over that portion of the scriptures, not understanding that this is yet another declaration that the Most High God is going to exact his vengeance through the hands of his children. This is Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 17. He shall take to him his jealousy for complete armor, and make the creature his weapon for the revenge of his enemies. So he's going to make us his living, breathing weapons. That's why in Jeremiah 51 and 20 it says that the Israelites are God's weapons of war. See, with us, he's going to use so-called blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans to destroy these wicked-ass heathen who've taken his people into slavery and have done nothing else but spread perverseness all over the earth. See, that day is drawing nigh. That's why our people are standing up on these street corners, beckoning our people to return and keep the commandments. Because we know at the end of fishing season, it's hunting season. And I, for one, can't wait to get it started. Tired of seeing these goddamn heathen walking around here at ease after they done fucked everything up. About time we get it back in blood. But it'll happen in the fullness of time on the Most High God's standard, not on ours. Verse 18, he shall put on righteousness as a breastplate, and true judgment instead of an helmet. He shall take holiness for an invincible shield. His severe wrath shall he sharpen for a sword, and the world shall fight with him against the unwise. See, and notice it says that the world is going to fight, right? Fight with him against the unwise. That world that's being spoken of is the same world talked about in Isaiah 45 and 17. It's Israel. And we are going to fight at the beck and call and command of our power, the Most High God Yahweh, led by his son Yahweh Shai. And we are going to go against these heathen, and we are going to crush the opposition. It's going to be a good time, man. It's going to be a good time. Can't wait. Actually, you know what? I think that's all I need. Right? So we are going to go from here to Daniel 7 and 18, because we got to understand something. The saints of the Most High God are not going to just have a passive role in heading into the kingdom of heaven. The saints of the Most High God are going to take the kingdom. See, and that's the fear of all these damn heathen, especially the white man, that blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans will grow a spine and half a brain and begin to hate the people that have done nothing but rape, rob, and murder them for the past 5 centuries. This is Daniel, chapter 7 and verse 18. But the saints of the Most High Power shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. See, we ain't going to just be passive bystanders when the kingdom of so-called Jesus Christ comes to fulfillment. We are going to be active participants by way of crushing the rebellion of all of these heathen nations who are ultimately opposed to the kingdom of heaven. Because in the kingdom of heaven, they are going to be slaves. See, and a lot of times, their position of opposition is like, well, why would the Most High God put anybody in slavery? But they never stop and think, why did the Most High God's children have to go into captivity over and over and over and over? They never stop and think, if it's good for them, why isn't it good for them? If it's good for God's children, why can't they go into slavery? They're good enough to crack a whip, but they're not good enough to get a whip cracked over their back. They're good enough to force us to work ourselves to death, but they're not good enough to be worked to death. See, that's why in Revelation 11 it says that the nations are angry, because the time of judgment is come. As a matter of fact, I'm going to read that, right? Because it's important that we understand that these heathen do not look forward to the kingdom of heaven. They do not look forward to the return of our Messiah, Yahweh Shai. As much as these crackers might profess to the contrary, saying that they can't wait to meet Jesus. But the reality is they don't want no parts of Yahweh Shai, because Yahweh Shai is coming to take their damn heads off. This is Revelations chapter 11 and verse 18. And the nations were angry, and thy wrath is come, in the time of the dead that they should be judged, and that thou shouldest give reward unto thy servants the prophets, and to the saints, and them that fear thy name, small and great, and shouldest destroy them which destroy the earth. So that judgment that's coming, it's to set everything in order. Those who destroy the earth are going to be destroyed for it. Those who oppress the Israelites are going to be oppressed for it. The Most High God's judgment is like unto a ring. And you best believe what comes around goes around. See, that's why I find it hilarious when these heathen have the audacity to say that God would never do such a thing. Meanwhile, you read all throughout the Bible and God did it over and over and over again. Because it tells you, just as the Bible professes to us that the heathen don't know the Israelites, they don't know the law, statutes, and commandments, they're incapable of keeping the commandments. Right? And I'm going to prove that. 3. That's right. That's what I couldn't find. This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 3 and verse 36. Thou shalt find that Israel by name hath kept thy precepts, but not the heathen. That's why we always say, if we think it could be a confusion of face, what's going to decide whether they're an Israelite or not is whether they can keep the commandments. And not just for a moment or a brief season. See, in the day of judgment, there ain't going to be one heathen that's going to be able to stand before Yahushua and say, I kept the precepts to a T without faltering, falling, or committing error. There isn't going to be one. Why? Because it's prophesied that there won't be one. Israel by name hath kept thy precepts, but not the heathen. Let's go back to the list. I ain't trying to get you distracted. There was some stuff I wanted to bring out, but dang. Alright, so we're going to go to 2nd Ezra 16, 70 through 75. That's the spirit we already did. 2nd Ezra. See, because we got to understand something. The times that we're coming into ain't going to be nowhere to hide. See, that's why a lot of our people, man, when we try to cry out to them, hearken unto them, that they might stop and listen to the word, a lot of our people, they think it's a trivial matter, the things that are to come. So they're quick to just say, I ain't got time, that don't matter, I'm good. Not understanding that when Jacob's trouble comes up on the earth, man, you ain't gonna have no job to distract you. Ain't gonna be no place to have mirth and fun at. Them times are gonna be over, man. This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 16 and verse 7. For there shall be in every place and in the next cities a great insurrection upon those that fear the Lord. So there's going to be a great persecution that befalls those who keep the commandments. See, when it comes down to the heathen being ready to put you to death or to harm these vessels that we occupy, right? When it comes down to that, ain't going to be no heathen talking about, I'm willing to serve the Most High God unto death. Especially when they don't have the faintest idea in how to serve the Lord. But of our people, there's going to be a lot of our people, when it comes down to that, they're going to give in real fast because they're not going to have that wisdom. They're not going to have that faith. And they're going to faint in the day of adversity because their strength is small. Verse 71, they shall be like madmen, sparing none, but still spoiling and destroying those that fear the Lord. For they shall waste and take away their goods and cast them out of their houses. Then shall they be known who are my chosen, and they shall be tried as the gold in the fire. So that's what it's going to take for the real chosen of God to be decidedly known. Those who steadfastly keep the commandments of the Most High God, even unto death, at the cost of their life, at the cost of going through all types of tortures and all types of cruel afflictions from their enemies. Some of us are going to stand stalwart, unmovable and unbreakable in service to our God, and to those, they will be counted worthy to take the kingdom of the Most High Power. I pray I be one. I pray I be one. We gonna keep reading. Verse 74. Hear, O ye my beloved, saith the Lord. Behold, the days of trouble are at hand, but I will deliver you from the same. Be ye not afraid, neither doubt, for God is your God, and the guide of them who keep my commandments and precepts, saith the Most High Power. Let not your sins weigh you down, and let not your iniquities lift themselves up. Woe be unto them that are bound with their sins and covered with their iniquities, like as a field is covered over with bushes, and the path thereof covered with thorns, that no man may traverse or travel through. It is left undressed, and is cast into the fire, to be consumed therewith. So, to those of us who cannot set aside these sinful works of the world, those of us who don't want to come back to keeping the commandments of the Most High Power, you're going to be yet another casualty of the nuclear fire that's coming to this earth, especially here in Babylon. See, everybody going to get hit with the missiles, but Babylon going to get hit so hard it's going to get wiped off the map in and out. Right? But let's go ahead and move on. So we're going to go ahead and go to Zechariah 12 and 2 through 10. Right? Because that's the fear of all these heathen. That blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans are going to finally unite and be a formidable fighting force that can't be stopped. But that's exactly what the Most High God is going to do. He's going to raise up his people and make us warriors unparalleled. This is Zechariah chapter 12 and verse 2. Behold, I will make Jerusalem a cup of trembling unto all the people round about, when they shall be in the siege of both against Judah and against Jerusalem. And in that day will I make Jerusalem a burdensome stone for all people. All that burden themselves with it shall be cut in pieces. So all these nations who've taken blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans and the Israelite diaspora captive and refuse to let us go, we're going to become a burdensome stone to them. And all they that hold us, them trying to maintain us, is going to lead to their ruin. All praises. All that burden themselves with it shall be cut in pieces, though all the people of the earth be gathered together against it. In that day, saith the Most High Power, I will smite every horse with astonishment, and his rider with madness. And I will open mine eyes upon the house of Judah, and will smite every horse of the people with blindness. And the governors of Judah shall say in their heart, the inhabitants of Jerusalem shall be my strength, and the Lord of hosts their God. So in that day, when the Most High God finally comes to preserve the tents of Judah and of Jerusalem, our leaders are going to stand up, and they are going to give thanks to the Most High God, and they are going to boldly proclaim that we are the fighting force of the Most High Power. See, that day is drawing closer and closer, and with every person that stops at these camp spots all around the world, with every Israelite that wakes up and begins to keep the commandments, that's yet another soldier in the ranks of the army of God. But see, the reality is, the people who don't have knowledge, the people who are not meant to wake up, they look at this and they think this is madness. Not understanding that if there's another way out of this predicament that we're in as a people, I mean, I would have thought that we've tried it by now, because we've tried everything except for keeping the commandments of the Bible. We've tried everything. We've tried coming together, trying to unify. We were then scattered again. We've tried coming together, trying to make war with our oppressors directly without keeping the commandments, and we've been defeated. So the reality has to be that we have to try something different. We have to try something new. And that new thing in the earth that we need to try is to return to the paths of old, the ways of our forefathers, and acknowledge that we are Israelites and that we have transgressed God's laws, and return unto him and seek him 10 times harder. That way he can raise us up out of this low estate, heal our land, and return us onto it, and kick the fucking heathen out of it, and put them in slavery. This is Zechariah, chapter 12 and verse 6. In that day will I make the governors of Judah like a hearth of fire among the wood, and like a torch of fire in a sheath. And they shall devour all the people round about, on the right hand and on the left. And Jerusalem shall be inhabited again in her own place, even in Jerusalem. See, when the army of God is getting down and getting busy, that's when we're going to go back to our land, and not any time before. Y'all got time for the Bible today? No, thank you. All right, thou sayest. Verse 7. The Lord also shall save the tents of Judah first, that the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem do not magnify themselves against Judah. This is one of the reasons why most of the people you see on these corners are so-called Negroes. The Most High God is coming for the tents of Judah first. He's wakening us up because we are the leading tribe. See, we are the tribe that the brethren are supposed to be in service to. Not saying that there are slaves, but there's a pecking order to the tribes of the kingdom of heaven. And Judah resides at the top of it. And at the very pinnacle of that tribe of Judah is our Messiah, Yahushua. The man that the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. That man is from the tribe of Judah, and he is the king of all of Israel, who will make his glorious return with the legions of chariots to lay waste to this defiled earth, and in time restore it. See, that's the only way this place is ever going to be brought back to its full strength. That's the only way. Because these heathen, they're not interested in seeing this earth in its full strength. They're only interested in being in charge. And as a result, they're willing to do anything to occupy the seat of power, including destroy the earth. But remember, I read in Revelations 11 and 18, that's why these nations are angry, because the time of judgment has come. And the judgment is to be delivered unto some of those people who've destroyed the earth. I don't mean some, I mean all, right? Because the Most High God is going to render judgment unto every man on the earth in that day. But to the nations who've done nothing but rule in anger and destroy the earth, Most High God will make a full end of their rulership. They're not even going to have their own sovereignty. They're going to call themselves whatever we call them as our slaves. Just as we were known as proverbs and pejoratives, they're going to be known as proverbs and pejoratives. There's a bunch of little tiny birds coming by. I tell you, man, with each week, man, I have more birds coming close to the camera, more dogs when they're walking with their owners. They sit there, they refuse to move, and they stare. It makes me wonder, what is it that they see? But that's of no importance, because doing this work is of the utmost priority. Right? Now, this is something that should give heart to our people. Because a lot of times our people, they believe that for us to stand up against our enemies is suicide. Not understanding that the Most High God is going to give power to his elect. This is Zechariah 12 and 8. In that day shall the Lord defend the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and he that is feeble among them at that day shall be as David, and the house of David shall be as God, as the angel of the Lord before you. See, a lot of people don't understand just how formidable David was as one man. They would sing songs unto David that he killed tens of thousands. And they compared him to Saul, whereas Saul only killed his thousands upon thousands. See, David was a human killing machine in and of himself because he was God's elect, by which the Most High God used him to punish the heathen. And in that day where the heathen are receiving their judgment, the entire house of Israel is going to be as David, killing tens of thousands, laying waste to entire cities. 1 and 2 Israelites chasing away entire states worth of resources and people. I can't wait for that day, man. It's going to be a good old time. I pray to be worthy, man. Pray to be worthy. Verse 9. And it shall come to pass in that day that I will seek to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. And I will pour upon the house of David and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem the spirit of grace and of supplications. So we're going to be praying unto the Most High God in earnest in that day, giving true thanks, giving true glory to the Most High power. And they shall look upon me, whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him, as one mourneth for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for him, as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn. So when we see our Messiah return, we're going to look upon him and we're going to mourn for all the things that he had to go through in order to receive his throne. Although it was foretold, he still had to endure great tortures in order to assume the throne of his power. And we are going to mourn for that, bitterly. And it's well deserved that we be put in a position of mourning after having to receive so much grace for our sins and iniquity in breaking the covenant that the Most High God made with our forefathers. Right? Actually, I'm going to keep going. Verse 11. In that day shall there be a great mourning in Jerusalem, as the mourning of Hadadrimmon in the valley of Megiddo. And the land shall mourn every family apart, the family of the house of David apart, and their wives apart, the family of the house of Nathan apart, their wives apart, the family of the house of Levi apart, and their wives apart, and so on, right? So everybody's going to be in mourning in that day. And in that day, the heathen is going to be taken into slavery. And it's going to be well deserved. See, it's a shame, man. We have to look these people dead in the face as they ride up and down the land that they raped, robbed, and murdered to acquire. And after destroying God's children for centuries, they still think that heaven is for them. See, it would be a joke if it weren't so damn stupid. See, that's why I loved the fact that the Most High God is giving wisdom unto his chosen, wisdom unto his people, so we can look around and we can say without a shadow of a doubt that these heathen are not going to receive salvation. We can say without a shadow of a doubt that Christ don't love everybody. See, and it gives me a bolster to my spirit to know that the Most High God only cares about his people. But let's go ahead and get back to the lesson. And there's way more to read in Zechariah, but I'm gonna keep it. So we're gonna go to Jeremiah 50 and 19 through 25. See, not only is Jerusalem going to be getting down and busy, but the Most High God is going to use us to destroy all these heathen. Right? There's actually something that I wanted to bring out while I'm here. Cool, I'm going to read that after this. This is Jeremiah, chapter 51 and verse 19. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance. The Most High power of hosts is his name. Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee will I break in pieces the nations, and with thee will I destroy kingdoms. See, again, people think that Christ is going to come back, and everybody's just going to vanish. They're going to be in heaven, and everybody else is going to be down here on earth being tormented. Not understanding that the Most High God is going to raise his people up to exact vengeance in his name. Verse 21. And with thee will I break in pieces the horse and his rider. And with thee will I break in pieces the chariot and his rider. With thee will I also break in pieces man and woman. And with thee will I break in pieces old and young. And with thee will I break in pieces the young man and the maid. See, just as they didn't show us no mercy, in the day of our power, we're not going to show them any mercy. They laid the yoke heavily upon our elders. We're going to lay the yoke heavily upon their elders. We going to work their asses to death, just like they did us. Verse 23, I will also break in pieces with thee the shepherd and his flock. And with thee will I break in pieces the husband and his yoke of oxen. And with thee will I break in pieces captains and rulers. See, in that day, anybody going to be able to get it. How you doing, man? Doing all right, man. You believe in the Bible? Yeah. How you been, man? Good. You been keeping the commandments?
Yeah, I've been reading it.
Okay, man.
I'll be back.
All right, brother. I'll be here.
Hey, remember when you told me the Aztec man?
Yeah, people of time. People of time, brother. Yeah, buddy. Verse 24, and I will render unto Babylon, and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea, all their evil that they have done in Zion, in your sight, saith Yahweh. So according to the evil that they've done unto the Israelites, it's going to be done back unto them by the hand of God's people. So again, I have to ask, how are the heathen going to be saved if those very same heathen have to receive a recompense for what they've done to God's children? By the hand of God's children. Just craziness, man. Verse 25, behold, I am against thee, O destroying mountain, saith Yahweh, which destroyeth all the earth. And I will stretch out mine hand upon thee, and roll thee down from the rocks, and will make thee a burnt mountain. See, that's why when this place is demolished in less than an hour, this place is going to be burned with fire, man. That's them being rolled down from the rocks. How y'all doing? Got time for the Bible today?
I like it.
All right, man. God says. See, for blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans who don't want to hear the scriptures, I would love to know how you propose to get out of this oppression. You believe in the Bible, brother? Just know if your father's Native Hispanic, you special, brother. You the people of the Bible. That's why no matter how hard Mexicans work, the white man turn around and call you lazy. No matter how hard our Puerto Rican brothers work, y'all are called shiftless and lazy, just like they do the so-called blacks. You the people of the Bible, the people of the book. See, it's a shame, man, and it's the men who don't want to hear it the most. And the Most High God, through his son, is dealing with the men. Firstly, when it comes to family dynamics. The man is the head whom he's dealing with, and the man orders around the children and the women. But see, the reality is, man, 2/3 of our people just ain't gonna make it, man. Because they hard-headed, they obstinate, not abstinent, obstinate or stubborn. And overall just lacking in knowledge and or stupid. Right? Now, yeah, God is ass, man. Big ass mosquito. Man, they bite my ass up for real. Oh man, but I want to get this while I'm in the neighborhood. This is Ezekiel 39 and 22. Actually, 39 and 21. And I will set my glory among the heathen, and all the heathen shall see my judgment that I have executed, and my hand that I have laid upon them. So the house of Israel shall know that I am Yahweh, their power from that day and forward. And the heathen shall know that the house of Israel went into captivity for their iniquity, because they trespassed against me. Therefore hid I my face from them, and gave them into the hand of their enemies. So fell they all by the sword. See, eventually it's going to be known why they were able to subjugate us. See, it's a matter-of-fact thing when we bring it to our people's attention. How the hell did these nations who are weaker than us, slower than us, dumber than us, how did they take us into servitude? How are we forced into bondage by people who don't hold a candle to who we are? It's saying that during that day, when we are avenged by the Lord, that they are going to know without a shadow of a doubt that the only reason why they had us in derision was because we fell out of God's graces. that we transgressed his laws. And so because we transgressed his law, he gave us over into their hands. All this talk about, oh, we bested y'all in combat and with that we're smarter than y'all, all that shit's about to vanish. Because it's going to be a matter of fact, like, it's going to be something that is self-evident in that day. That they don't hold a candle to us and they never could. And because the Most High God sanctioned it, we were taken into captivity. Hey, bro. When you got time, man, come see me, man. Yeah, when you got time. I'm trying to get that brother to stop, man, because he be running by me every weekend. Why not stop and get fed, man? All I gotta do is stop 5 minutes. But the reality is, I keep saying it, man, a lot of times, Jake, man, they just stubborn. They just stubborn. They don't want to hear. They don't want to be corrected. See, man, our people are being misled because we see these construction projects. We see all these things being built. Not understanding that it's all being built for naught, man. All this shit gonna be destroyed. All of it. Now, verse 24 is going to tell you how we going to get down with these people. Right? This is Ezekiel 39 and 24. According to their uncleanness and according to their transgressions have I done unto them and hid my face from them. So the Most High God's judgment is like a ring. And as I said earlier, how is it that these heathen believe that they can take God's children into slavery, but they're too good for slavery to be done unto them? So they're going to know without a shadow of a doubt that all the things that were done unto us were done according to our uncleanness and our transgressions. So they're going to know all the things coming their way are going to be according to their uncleanness, according to their transgressions, according to what they've done and afflicted the children of Israel by. Whether it be by the whip, by torturous devices, by just rigorous labor and slavery, all of those things are coming back to the heathen twofold. Verse 25, therefore thus saith the Lord God, now will I bring again the captivity of Jacob, and have mercy upon the whole house of Israel, and will be jealous for my holy name. So on that day, the Most High God is going to redeem his people, right? And he's going to be jealous over his people, meaning he ain't going to let nobody just come up and touch us. He ain't going to let nobody come and breach our borders. See, in that day, man, all these nations going to know who we are. And we're going to be greatly feared. They still going to come against us anyway. Because that lust to have control and power ain't going to leave these either. They're going to have to be beaten to submission. And the Most High God wouldn't have it any other way. But I think that's all I got. We're going to go to Revelations 12 and 10 through 11. Right? That technically wasn't part of my lesson, but it would have gone along with it. This is Revelations chapter 12 and verse 10. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation and strength, and the kingdom of our God, and the power of his Hamashiach. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. So in the day of our redemption, the heathen that have been accusing us before the Father, trying to get us to go off and sin, putting pork in toothpaste, putting pork products all over all types of shit, it has nothing to do with nothing. Right? How they treat new clothes in the store, they spray pork-based products on them. If you give them an excuse to put pork in something, they will. Because they know we're not even supposed to touch a dead pig. And a pork byproduct is produced with the dead parts of pigs. They know we're supposed to be celebrating the Sabbath on the final day of the week. So even if our people were trying to keep it on Saturday, that would be a whole lot more close than keeping it on Sunday, the first day of the week. See, these heathen understand what they're doing, how they breed consternation, frustration, and confusion among our people, so we hate one another instead of hating those who put us in that position. When they know we're not even supposed to hate one another according to the laws of the scriptures. They know we're not supposed to be wearing mixed fabrics. All these different things they know. That's why they purposely make sure that we're doing all those evil things. That way they can continue to rule over us. Right? Verse 11. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb, and by the word of their testimony, and they loved not their lives unto death. Therefore rejoice, ye heavens, and ye that dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea, for the devil is come down unto you, having great wrath, because he knoweth that he hath but a short while. See, that's why the persecution of blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans is turning up. That's why they're passing legislation to bring back lynching. That's why they're pulling away all the amenities that were extended to our women, which enabled them to think themselves superior to a man. They're pulling back Section 8, TANF, all these different things where a single mother could apply for and get rid of her man. Section 8 housing. All of these things are being pulled back because this dragon knows that they ain't got no time left. And as a result, they're like, well, fuck it, we just gonna persecute these people. We taking off all the semblances of civility and we just coming right out with it. And we gonna persecute these people. Is that all I want? Yeah, that's all. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna bounce over to Ezekiel 27 and 14 and 22. These mosquitoes are crazy, man. Yeah. Oh no, 22. I was about to say that is not what I was doing. So we're gonna read 14 through 22, right? How y'all doing today? Y'all believe in the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, what tribe y'all come from in the Bible? Do y'all know? Well, that's a denomination of Christianity. What tribe? You know how like Christ is from the tribe of Judah? What tribe y'all from? Now says, don't want it, ain't gonna give it to you. See, a lot of our people, man, they think the Catholic Church gonna get them to the kingdom of heaven. It ain't. See, the Bible says the Most High God dwelleth not in temples made with hands. But our people gonna run their just empty-headed asses right back to the church, expecting to get the laws, statutes, and commandments, knowing that they pastor don't do nothing but put on a dog and pony show, singing, rolling on the floor, collecting money. That's all that happened in the church. See, that's why when they present it with folks who really read the Bible and who are serious about trying to give them their history back, they ain't trying to hear that. This is Ezekiel 22 and 14. Can thine heart endure Or can thine hands be strong in the days that I shall deal with thee? I, the Most High Yahweh, have spoken, and will do it. And I will scatter thee among the heathen, and disperse thee in the countries, and will consume thy filthiness out of thee. See, once upon a time, the Most High God was simply saying that he would do these things. He was threatening us if we didn't keep his laws. But not only did he just say it, he then turned around and he accomplished it. And now we're in the hands of our enemies, scratching our heads, wondering how we got here, and postulating how we're going to get away from these people, if we even desire to leave. Verse 16, and thou shalt take thine inheritance in thyself and in the sight of the heathen, and thou shalt know that I am the Most High Power. And the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, Son of man, the house of Israel is to me become dross. All they are brass and tin, and iron, and lead in the midst of the furnace. They are even the dross of silver. Therefore thus saith Yahweh, God, or Yahweh God, because ye are all become dross. Behold, therefore I will gather you into the midst of Jerusalem. See, because we are all basically lacking in luster, or lacking in commitment to keeping the commandments, right? The Most High God has gathered us together. See, that's why Judah and Ephraim are now together in the land of the north, being persecuted, right? Verse 20, as they gather silver and brass and iron, and lead and tin into the midst of the furnace, to blow the fire upon it, to melt it, so will I gather you in mine anger and in my fury, and I will leave you there and melt you. And damn it, we've been melted here in this kingdom. Some of us are so melted we can't even lift our head up. We might as well be a puddle of melted tin when the damn heathen come around. Won't even look them in the eye. See, the Most High God has put his people in a furnace of affliction. Verse 21, yea, I will gather you and blow upon you in the fire of my wrath, and ye shall be melted in the midst thereof. As silver is melted in the midst of the furnace, so shall ye be melted in the midst thereof. And ye shall know that I, the Most High Power Yahweh, have poured out my fury upon you. See, the days that are coming, our people going to know without a shadow of a doubt that the Most High God is pouring his anger upon his people. See, the unfortunate thing is that the Most High God has to do all these things to get his people's attention. See, if putting us in slavery to the most perverse people on the planet wasn't a way to get our attention, Most High God is going to have to take even more drastic measures. And in the day of affliction, that's exactly what he's going to do. Jacob's trouble is right up the street, and Jake, for the most part, is completely at ease here in Babylon, man. Jake's still trying to live a riotous life of pleasure instead of realizing that the time for that is over. The time of America is at its end. They literally talking about this summer getting rid of the dollar and converting over to a digital currency. Most of our people don't even know the implications of that. How much supervision they would now have into your transactions, into how you spend your money, and where you spend it at, and how frequently you spend it. A lot of our people don't understand that they control the method by which you carry a digital currency, meaning they can start it out with a bracelet, get you acclimated to that, and then say, hey, look, you got to take a mark. If you want to eat, if you want to have shelter, if you want to do all the things that you become accustomed to enjoying, you got to do what we tell you to do. A lot of our people don't understand the control that can be wrought from such a devious invention. That's why the Bible spells it out, that all small and great, rich and poor, free and bond will have to take a mark in order to eat, in order to buy and sell. But that's the reality of this struggle here, trying to purvey the truth to our people, trying to speak the scriptures, speak life into our people, people who would much rather remain asleep and remain dead. That's why the Most High God has to light that fire in you to wake you up, to get you moving around, to get you contemplating the reason for your afflictions. The Most High God has to put that spark in you. But if you don't got it, man, a man of the Lord can't talk to you enough to wake you up. and we're going to go over to 1 Peter 1 and 1 through 9. Everybody who said they was going to come back, man, they went a different direction. So like, man, a lot of people, man, they be thinking like, oh, man, I'm going to disappoint that guy. You ain't going to disappoint me, man. You ain't going to disappoint me. Because I don't want you to sit here and waste my time. All right? Because if it ain't for you, it ain't for you. So I appreciate the people who believe it's incumbent upon them to walk around because they know they ain't going to listen. That's fine by me. If you ain't going to listen, don't waste my time so I can get somebody who might. This is 1 Peter 1 and 1. Peter, an apostle of Yahushua HaMashiach, to the strangers scattered throughout Pontus, Galatia, Cappadocia, Asia, and Bithynia, elect according to the foreknowledge of God, the Father, through sanctification of the Spirit unto obedience, and sprinkling of the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach. Grace unto you, and peace be multiplied. So that was a mouthful. But who Peter is writing on to are the Israelites who've been scattered abroad and foreselected, right? I say foreselected, meaning they were literally selected long before the word even came to them to receive the word and wake up and to adhere to it. These are the people that we too are speaking to. These same Israelites, so-called blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans who have ears to hear and eyes to see, that are willing to consider and to learn something new that they might wake up. Right? Verse 3. Blessed be the God and Father of our Lord Yahushua HaMashiach, which according to his abundant mercy hath begotten us again unto a lively hope by the resurrection of Yahushua HaMashiach from the dead, to an inheritance incorruptible and undefiled, and that fadeth not away, reserved in heaven for you. See, this is the salvation that's been like basically or I don't want to say set aside, but it's been carefully crafted for the Israelites. See, not only are the Israelites a holy people, but the salvation is holy as well. It's separate onto the Israelites. That's why everybody ain't going to be saved, because everybody don't need to be saved. Some of the people are literally the enslavers that we need to be freed from. So what would it look like them being saved right alongside their victims? That would be a miscarriage of justice. That's why we often say that the heathen try to make a liar out of the Most High. They try to make a dishonest man out of the Most High God. Because all of those prophecies and declarations made in the so-called Old Testament, they want to say those are no longer applicable. Every time the Most High God puts something on himself, the Most High God just changed his mind. He sent his son. Everything's different now. When that's not the case. Verse 4. To an inheritance incorruptible and undefiled, and that fadeth not away, reserved in heaven for you, who are kept by the power of God through faith unto salvation, ready to be revealed in the last time, wherein ye greatly rejoice, though now for a season, if need be, ye are in heaviness, through manifold temptations, that the trial of your faith, being much more precious than of gold, that perisheth, though it be tried with fire, might be found unto praise and honor and glory at the appearance of Yahushua HaMashiach, whom having not seen ye love, and whom though now ye see him not, yet believe, ye rejoice with joy unspeakable and full of glory, receiving the end of your faith, even the salvation of your souls. See, this is talking about receiving the gift has been segregated unto the elect, who will endure unto the end, that will be revealed at the times of the last and of the end. See, again, for the people who say that they're already under the new covenant, that they're already sanctified, filled with the Holy Ghost and all that, to the people who are saying that, they don't understand what the scriptures are saying. You got to endure to the end. And by enduring means you got to keep the commandments. You got to stand up against the evildoers and do the work, as God has basically mapped out for us in his scriptures and by his prophets. But more times than not, our people purposely misappropriate and misunderstand the scriptures so they don't have to do anything at all. Not understanding that the Most High God is not a man that will let willful ignorance slide. But let's go ahead and keep going. Got some people coming up. How y'all doing today? Y'all believe in the Bible at all?
I'm good, thanks.
Are you? Thou sayest, man. I tell you, man. See, it's funny, man. A lot of our people, they'll look at somebody who might be Filipino, and they might say they're not Israelites, not understanding that there's a history of a triangle trade of slavery from Mexico to the Philippines. So a lot of people in the Philippines are actually Israelites. That's why a lot of them got last names like Fernandez, Rodriguez, Nunez. A lot of them have Spanish last names because the Spanish were the ones who enslaved the so-called Mexica, right? The Aztecs, otherwise known as the House of Issachar. And because our people are scattered to those nations, whenever you see somebody who might be a Filipino, at least try your hand at calling out to them. If they don't want him, let him go. If they don't want it, that's fine. Ain't no different than some jughead nigga walking around here who don't want the truth either. See, they gonna be crying out to God just like everybody else. Everybody gonna be crying out to the Most High, but the Most High only gonna hearken unto his servants, those who have diligently served him, even in the times where it didn't benefit to serve or them to serve him. See, it's always to the benefit of an Israelite to serve the Most High God, but it's not always expedient unto good health. Sometimes you gotta serve the Most High God when it's gonna cost you an arm, it's gonna cost you an eye, it might cost you your life. You gotta still be resolute and stand firm and say, I'm going to serve the Lord no matter what you do to me or my house. But just because you see somebody who might come from a different nation than what is on the chart, always try your hand first. Now, some people, you can know them by their countenance, right? If I got a white man coming up to me, covered in American flags and eagles talking about that, nothing should happen to his people for the rape, robbery, and murder, then for the most part, I can pretty much say you probably from the house of Esau. But how far do I want to go with this? 9. Actually, I think we're done with that. So we are going to go to Sirach 2:5. Y'all got time for the Bible today? Just 1 minute, man. 1 minute. Okay. So do you know what tribe you go back to in the Bible? Okay, what's your father if you don't know me asking? Mexican. You as well? Okay, did you guys know that the Mexicans are Israelites according to the Bible? Think about it. Don't the Mexican people pave all the roads, build all the buildings, cook all the food, raise all the kids? And the white man turns around and calls you what? Begins with an L. He calls you lazy. Yeah, well, but even Latino is a misnomer because to be Latin means you go back to the Romans. They spoke Latin. So y'all aren't Latino either. You're not even Hispanic because you're not property of Spain. What I'm trying to tell you is you're an Israelite according to the Bible. How do I know that? Because the real Israelites were under curses for not obeying God. One of those curses is that the real Israelites would go into slavery on slave ships. Who were the victims in the transatlantic slave trade? Okay, well most people know it's so-called black people. But if you have anybody in your family who does construction, say you're delivering gravel to a gravel site, you don't bring that truck back in because it costs money. You're expending fuel. You fill that truck back up and you come back with something else. That's exactly what the white man did when he took us from West Africa and brought us over here. He started kidnapping your people, the Mexicans or the Mexica. He kidnapped our Puerto Rican brothers, our brothers down in South America, the Peruvians, the Hondurans, all them people. And our people up in the north, like, the Eskimos, they're the native Indians too, just like the Cherokee and all them here. What I'm trying to say is the people who basically fit these curses in Deuteronomy 28, we are the Israelites that the Bible speaks.
Is that the Bible?
Yeah.
Can I see?
I read the book.
Yeah.
So when you go to the church, you have a preacher who stands up. He might read one scripture, and that's it. He doesn't read anything else. And then they'll have a song and a dance, and then they'll ask you for money.
What church do you go to?
I don't go to a church.
That's why.
Well, I'm going to show you why. Because you shouldn't go to a physical church.
Where should you go?
I'm reading to you. Are you a Catholic by chance?
Yes.
Okay. I see why you asked that question. Yeah. But if you read the Bible, it tells you outright that you shouldn't be going to a physical church. This is Acts 7:48. Howbeit the Most High God dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as said the prophet. Why do you think while you've been standing here, I've read, well, you heard me read a scripture, and I've just read two to you since you've been standing here. Actually, I referenced it already. I'm actually referencing Deuteronomy 28:16, talking about the Israelites going into slavery on slave ships.
So where's your church? Who preaches to you?
Well, I don't have a church. The church is this, where two or more are gathered in his name. Is that not the church?
Yes.
Right. So as a Hebrew Israelite,
So don't you think that when you go to church, there's a lot of people, right? And all of them are giving praise to God.
they're the God, but what God are they giving praise to?
God.
Okay, which God? The Bible says there are many gods. Now, that brings me to another question. What's God's real name? As a Catholic, you should know that.
He's a spirit.
Yeah, and that spirit has a name. His name is Yahweh. Yahweh. Remember when in the burning bush with Moses? What did God say his name was?
Where'd you get that Bible from?
Amazon. But he said that I am that I am.
Yeah.
Remember? That actually has a name. It's Yahweh. That's why some people say Yahweh. Right?
Yeah.
That's modern Hebrew. The real name of God in the ancient Hebrew is a terror unto the heathen. That's in the Bible as well. That's why you never heard anybody say Yahweh. Right? And I have a question. Since you're a Catholic, how many commandments are there? There's 613. Now you see why I'm out here. Because if you believe in the Bible and you're only keeping 10, but there's 613, that means you transgress the law all the time.
613?
Right. So in the 10, can you eat pork? According to the 10, he doesn't even acknowledge eating pork. But in Leviticus 11, you have a dietary law that's spelled out for you. That's why I'm out here, brother. Because if I wasn't out here, who was going to tell you that there's 613 laws? You would walk around thinking that there's 10. And guess what? I know you don't even keep the 10. Because what day is the Sabbath on? What's Sunday?
Saturday.
You say Saturday,
No,
but when...
wait.
No, I want you to stay right there.
Okay. I don't know. It's either Saturday or Sunday.
Well, it's supposed to be Saturday, the last day of the week.
Yeah.
When you look at a calendar, what's the last day of the week?
Saturday.
Saturday.
The Sabbath day is Sunday.
No, it's not. That was changed. That was only changed when the white man took over power in Europe in the 1600s. I have pictures in this book that'll show you that all the people who were ruling in Europe, were darkly melanated people. This is a painting out in Russia. These are the saints that are black. That's why they have you going to church on Sunday. They have you eating pork. They have you doing everything abominable. They tell you could be a homosexual and go to church, right? When the Bible said, yeah, they do, because now there are gay pastors. When being a homosexual in the Bible is a sin punishable by death. That's why I'm out here. Because if you don't know that, you're going to remain here in your captivity. Because the only way to get out of captivity is to keep the laws of God. That's why we're under curse. Sure. So, if you got to go, man, it's not for you. But I'm just telling you, as an Israelite, if you don't keep these laws, the white man's foot will remain on your neck and in your ankles. That's what I'm out here.
Keep doing what you're doing, brother.
Thanks for
Yeah.
your time.
I would advise y'all read the Bible, though. Seriously. It's always the people who believe they know better who know nothing at all. And that's the sad part. Because they mislead our people. See, it's a shame, man. Our people want to go somewhere else when they get uncomfortable. That's why our people have constantly been enduring suffering all throughout our history. See, our people don't even realize this ain't the first time we've been in slavery to the white man. White man had us in slavery during the Grecian captivity. He had us in slavery during the Roman captivity. And that keeps happening because we won't keep the laws of God. Hey, how you doing this week? I'm doing great, doing God's work as always. That's right. But did y'all want to hear anything in particular, or do you have any questions? Because that's what I'm really after. But while you're here, I want to prove what I said. Because I said that while we sin, we remain in captivity, right? So this is Deuteronomy 28 and 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes, which I command you this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee. So for not listening to God, we would be under curses. Did you know the ground that you walk on right now is cursed? This is verse 23. And the heaven that is over thy head shall be brass, and the earth that is under thee shall be iron. Have you seen them break up this concrete before? Well, when they break up the concrete, you know what's in it? Iron bars, iron rebar. It's to make the ground sturdy. That's why when you fall on it, there's no give whatsoever, because you're basically falling on rock and iron. When you look above your head, what are these buildings made out of? Steel, iron. And we just read in the Bible, those are curses. Because think about it. Say you didn't have any money in your pocket. Where are you going to get from it? You're stuck. You see what I'm saying? But this is the big curse, right? Because I said we went into slavery because we rebelled against God, right? This is verse 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. The word Egypt in the Hebrew is the word Montezama, meaning basically a place of hardship. You know, rock and a hard place. Have you heard that before? Okay, well, if I bring you into a place of hardship and I have you in chains and I make you work for me, what's that called? Slavery. That's exactly what it is. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies, for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. So after we went into slavery, who came and got us out? Nobody. Last time I checked, Barbados still gives obeisance to the crown of England. So does Jamaica. All the colonies throughout the Caribbean. Y'all are still under Dutch or British rulership. Although you don't acknowledge it very often, but you still are. That's why the black man here in America, we actually don't even have a home. I don't go to church. I want to show you why, right? Because what if I told you that God basically told you through his prophets to not set foot in a church made with hands? Would it make sense? When you go to church and you see people sleeping around with each other, homosexuality is right in the church. God's not in there, right? So I'm going to show you. It's in the book of Acts. Right? So this is Acts 7 and 48. If I can get to it. Howbeit the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophet. Right? So if the Most High God doesn't dwell in temples made with hands, I'll read it again. This is Acts 7 and 48. Howbeit the Most High dwelleth not in temples made with hands. How's that church made? Now, what is the church? Where two or more are gathered in the name of the Most High God. Is that the church? So why do you go to the church? Now you see what I'm saying. And I've read more of the Bible in the past 2 minutes than your pastor would read at any whole entire service. The church. Why is that? Because God's not in it. Did you know he's not even supposed to take a tithe? That's supposed to go through the hands of the Levitical priesthood. The Levites are the servants who would be in the temple, taking your sacrifice, taking your tithe. Most of the time, your pastor is a so-called black man, right? Or a Jamaican man, Barbadian man. Those are not Levites. You're from the tribe of Benjamin, right? I'm from the tribe of Judah. We are not permitted to take your tithe. That is not our job. It depends on your history. So one of the things that the Bible said was, you remember when Solomon in his old age, he started to go off and worship other gods, the Most High said he would break basically the kingdom of Israel, but he would not leave the kingdom of Judah without a helper. He left the tribe of Benjamin, and the tribe of Levi is scattered into all the tribes. So that means the southern kingdom was comprised of 3 tribes, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. That's why while we were ruling in Europe, I got books to prove that, y'all were with us. The original Scots and the Irish. Why do you think when they speak in the Scottish accent, it sounds real close to Jamaican accent? I have a question. Where did the language Gaelic? Gaelic? It's the ancient language of the Scots. It disappeared because the real Scots were enslaved. That was you. That's why y'all speak patois, right? It's offshoot Gaelic. That's why y'all get angry at the drop of a hat. That's who you are. The Bible literally says, because y'all work harder than most people. And at night, y'all like, yo, let's get it poppin'. Let's divide the spoil. Let's enjoy ourselves. Right? That's why we're out here trying to tell our people they are. Because the people that you saw standing here, you had a Issacharite woman, or so-called expert, who believed that she knew the Bible. She thought there was only 10 books. There's 613. Now, you know that we're under curses if you don't. So if you think there's 10 commandments, but there's 613, that's 603 laws that you break. Did you know the white man puts pork in your toothpaste? Here, he puts pork in your toothpaste. Yeah, the chemical glycerin, it's derived from pork. It's the same thing that makes Jello like spinach, right? They put that in anything like Skittles, gummy bears, all that stuff. But if you don't know about that law, you might buy a pack of, say, what do the kids like, Sour Patch Kids? They might buy a pack of those, eat those, and not realize, oh, I'm breaking the law. Why should what? Because it's a transgression of the law. Because in Leviticus 11, it gives you the dietary law, which you can't eat according to the Most High God. We're not supposed to be eating things from the water that don't have fish and scales. So say like a shrimp, that doesn't have fish and scales. Now by crab, same difference. What about a catfish? It has fins, no scales. So can you eat it? No. What do black people love? Catfish. How about ribs? When you go to a cookout, people love pork ribs, baby back ribs, but you're not supposed to eat pork. Pig is so detestable in the eyes of God, you're not even supposed to touch a dead pig. Yeah. There are sins unto death. So say like if you kill somebody in cold blood, you're supposed to give a life for a life. But if I steal from you, I'm supposed to restore what I stole in 20%. That's part of our law. Now I have a question, right? Say you knew that, and somebody broke into your house. Say you knew I broke into your house, and I stole your TV, and your TV is worth $1,000. You wouldn't be trying to take my money from the TV. You would just tell me, hey, look, I need my 1,000 back, plus another 200 for the trouble that I had to go through. And as an Israelite, knowing that I did wrong, I should be more than willing to give it to you. But the reality is, we don't know these laws are in. So we're going by the laws of our enemy. So you would call the cops instead of coming to me as an Israelite, going to the elders of our community. Because for the most part, we don't have any right at all. Any other questions? I know you think you'll come up with it, but I want to show you where you can find. Correct. But the Most High God can kill you on the spot. Or say like you keep eating pork. If you get diabetes, will that kill you? Yeah. If you don't take that insulin, oh yeah, your ass got real good. That's what it means. That all sins yield death. But it don't mean the same type of thing. So say like if I'm shooting people, how does it go in the Bible? Those who live by the sword shall die by the what? By the sword. That's why people who gangbang often do what? They die gangbang. That's the judgment. The Most High God's judgment is like a rape. So if you defile your body smoking cigarettes, because you're not supposed to do that either, what's going to happen to you when times are not if you smoke in your own life? You'll get lung cancer. That's what it is. It still yields death, but it's different. It's not like the speed. But here's the thing, whose forgiveness is? Well, it's only given to the people who are under the law. Because you got to think, I want to show you what sin is according to the Bible, right? Because a lot of times people think that everyone can sin. That's not necessarily true. This is 1 John 3 and 4. Whosoever committed sin transgresseth also the law. For sin is the transgression of the law. That's why it's important that I let you know how many commandments there are. And it's important for you to have the curiosity to find out what those commandments are. So you can be knowledgeable about Hebrew. Like for instance, today is the last day of the week. You heard me talking about that before. Like the last day of the week is supposed to be what? The Sabbath. Now, did you know it's published? Yeah. I'm sorry?
Do you do like Bible classes?
Nice and simple.
Okay.
Let me know when you're ready. I'll give it to you.
Here.
Now, every once and again, I go out of town. It's right there, Hayel. That's my Hebrew name. It means the same thing as my I guess, American name.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But yeah, I put up lessons pretty much every week. The lessons are very long. They're like 4 hours to 7 hours. So if you got the patience, sit through it, and you'll learn it. All right?
Thank you so much.
All right,
Take
sister.
care.
Have a good one. Be safe. All praise. See, that's why you preach at the same spot, man. That's why you preach at the same spot. I am a firm believer that a lot of times the Most High God will have you in a spot so that you can be a fountain of wisdom to those who are inquisitive of your people. And everybody's not going to be curious the first time they see you. Everyone's not going to have a convenient amount of time the first time they see you. I've seen that sister at least 8 times. And she had a person that she was with. She was pushing him in a wheelchair. So she's obviously at work. But today something in her spirit told her, sit and learn. That's why I teach at the same spot, man. That's why I'm not looking to have a multitude of people. Because a lot of times with that multitude of people, you don't get nearly as much fruit as you would get with people who feel like they can get your undivided attention. But that's my personal, I guess, position on where to put your camp. However the leadership wants to do their camp positioning, hey, that's up to them. It's likely that I'll probably join Sakari at some point. So if they tell me to go X, that's where I'm going to go because I'm a soldier. Soldiers take orders, right? But my personal thought is, if you have a location where you know there's a lot of lost sheep who are willing to listen and give ear, man, be a reliable source for them, man, because they are going to be coming to you eventually. They're going to listen eventually. I've had people that I've fought with literally come back and go, you know what, I got time today, I'll listen. People I've had harsh words with. And I'm not extolling myself by any means, but the reality is, some people are looking for a time to really speak with you and have some type of edifying exchange by way of them asking questions that they have, right? Because a lot of times we'll teach and we teach past somebody. But we're going into things that might seem simple to us, but it's very new and foreign and complex to them. But if they have time to be exposed to you, exposed to how you teach and how you speak, exposed to your temperament, a lot of times people will slowly get more and more acclimated to you as an individual, and they'll come to you as a teacher. The Most High God will lead their feet to you over and over and over again, and eventually they'll stop. And sometimes people need to see your dedication. You know what I'm saying? If you went to a mechanic and it was his first day on the job, chances are you ain't gonna let him touch your shit. But if you go to a mechanic and you see a certificate on the wall saying 20 years of excellent service, you're gonna be like, all right, that's my dude. So sometimes repetition is the name of the game. They gotta see if you really about that life. And this sister knows. She saw me on the other side of the city teaching with Sakari. Not necessarily teaching, but standing there at least. Man in the line, holding the camera, putting in some service with men that are greater than myself. So knowing that I'm in good company and that I teach the Bible, now she's inclined to at least take in a word or two every time she walks by. And that's all I can ask, man, from our people. Because the Most High God is the one who yields the increase. See, though another man might put the seeds, I might be putting some water on it, but that seed won't sprout unless the Most High God gives the sanction for it. But let's go ahead and get this lesson back underway. Man, we had a lot of Israelites stop today, man. A lot of people just curious about the word. And that's a good thing. Like I said, I've said this before, I want to be found a profitable servant. I ain't trying to be that guy who was given the truth and buried it in the sand and didn't bear any fruit. That's a wicked servant, man. To receive the truth of the gospel and just to hide it to yourself, A lot of brothers walking around like that, by the way, who say teaching ain't for them. Man, any reason that Yahweh Shai can tell me to depart, man, I'm trying to get rid of all the reasons. If it be in my power, man, the Most High God put it on my heart. But let's get back to the lesson. All right. So we're going to go to Sirach 2 and 5. This is Sirach, chapter 2 and verse 5. For gold is tried in the fire, and acceptable men in the furnace of adversity. Believe in him, and he will help thee. Order thy way aright, and trust in him. Ye that fear the Lord, wait for his mercy, and go not aside lest ye fall. Ye that fear the Lord, believe him, and your reward shall not fail. Ye that fear the Lord, hope for good, and for everlasting joy and mercy. Look at the generations of old and see, did ever any trust in the Lord and was confounded? Or did any abide in his fear and was forsaken? Or whom did he ever despise that called upon him? How you doing, brother? You believe in the Bible at all? You do? Well, brother, if your father's a native Mexican, just know you're an Israelite from the tribe of Issachar. Yeah, Issachar means he is higher. That's why the hardest working people on the planet are Mexican men and women. You know that, brother. Sure thing, man. Y'all be blessed out here. See, man, you got to let our people know, man, the Bible is their book. It ain't everybody's book. You got a lot of people running around holding Bibles, but very few people reading. And there's a reason for that. Because the only people who are going to read the Bible fervently and passionately are going to be the children of God. Because if we're reading it fervently and passionately, we're going to follow what's in it. That brother Gary I was talking to earlier, he said, man, he could tell some of his pastors only read the Bible when they standing in church on a Saturday or on a Sunday. They don't pick up the Bible until they get to the church. You're supposed to be reading the Bible pretty much all the time. You're supposed to be having godly discourse on your mind all the time. And it's not to say that you can't ever relax and kick back and take a moment to breathe. But you got to keep in mind your duty to the Lord. And that's what we remind our people of, man. Your time and your ability to even relax is given unto you by the Most High God. So you should be thankful for everything. And as much as you thank the Lord, you can never go far enough, and you can never thank him enough. Right? But we see here that acceptable men are tried in a furnace of adversity. See, that's why we are in this furnace of affliction, as I read in the book of Ezekiel, right? That's why we are in this furnace of affliction, being tried by fire, to be purified and found either acceptable or found wanting. And those who are found wanting, the Most High God gonna spit you out, man. See, a lot of people don't realize, man, ain't no grading curve on this thing. If you ain't doing what you're supposed to be doing as an Israelite, man, you're going to have a lot of problems coming your way when Jacob's trouble kick off, man. Problems like not having enough water, not having enough food, not having safety and shelter. You're going to have a lot of problems. And see, even the elect of God who are going to be protected, we're going to be pilgrims upon the earth. We're going to be going to and fro with no certain destiny in mind or destination. But the Most High God is going to guide us and see to it that we remain fed, well-clothed, and safe. How you doing, brother? You got time for the Bible?
No, thank you.
Not today? It's a shame, man. But let's go ahead and move on with the lesson. Let's see what we got. I think that's all I wanted. Jeremiah 48:10. See, one of the things that we have to understand is that as an Israelite, you can't just say, well, I'm going to sit this one out. Or, yeah, I'm going to just, I'll keep the law, but I'm just going to, I'm going to do it secret. And when it comes down to be, like, doing the things that the Most High God tell you to do, like preach the gospel before men, even in the presence of the heathen. If you one of them types who like, man, I ain't trying to do that, man, it might cost me my job. You need to understand something, man. You keeping back your sword from blood. This is the sword. Because the word of the Lord is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword. You're supposed to be putting that sword to use and cutting people with it. Like that sister who said, there's only 10 commandments and she's a Catholic. After I cut her with the scriptures, all of a sudden they got uncomfortable. They got to go. Hey, man, but you got to do that as a man of the Lord. Right? Because if you don't, you're going to fall into this category. This is Jeremiah, chapter 48, and verse 10. Cursed be he that doeth the work of the Lord deceitfully, and cursed be he that keepeth back his sword from blood. So you don't want to get your hands dirty? That's all right. Your ass cursed. You're going to be destroyed. You've been taught better, and you know how to teach your fellow Israelite about the Most High God, Yahweh, and His Son, Yahweh Shah. You know more than enough to teach them some of the darker sayings of the Bible, like how the law ain't done away with. That world that Yahweh Shah was sent for with the Israelites, as it says in Isaiah 45:17. If you know certain things like that, but you ain't trying to teach nobody, don't worry, your ass is cursed. You that unprofitable servant who know better but don't do better or teach better. So when it comes to the day of salvation, you're going to be cast away as somebody who is a wicked and unprofitable servant. See, man, that's why I always tell people, man, I want the kingdom, bro. I want it. I don't care if I got to teach by myself in front of 1 million people. I want it. I want the kingdom. Many of our people, they profess to want to be rewarded, but they don't understand, man, that reward they going to get, man, it's not going to be a good one. It's not going to be the comforts of paradise. They're going to inherit hellfire, man, because 2/3 of our people here in Babylon are not going to make it out. They're just not going to make it. And that's the reality of what's going on here. That's why a lot of our people are lost, because they think that they can serve the Lord in their own capacity according to their own wishes, not knowing that the Most High God has already told them what to do and that they are in rebellion to the Most High power. And some of them do know full well, and they still decide to do what they want to do. But I say to that man, beware. Beware, because the Most High God going to judge your ass. Well, let's keep going. We're going to go to Luke 14 and 22 through 33. Because we're going to go to the words of our Messiah. Right? See, people don't realize how intense dealing with Yahweh Shai was. People think Yahweh Shai was giving people, basically a rubric of commandments based on their own election. People don't realize, man, Yahweh Shai was telling people, look, man, if you ain't willing to forsake everything you got, forsake everybody you know, and follow me, you ain't worthy to follow. If you won't go against your mama and your daddy for me, you ain't worthy. Those are very polarizing statements to people who understand what he's saying. What he's really saying is you got to put the work of the Most High power before everything. If God says, hey, look, leave everything you have behind, he don't care if you're a billionaire. Most High God said leave it. He can get that back to you easy. If the Most High God say, hey, look, man, I need you to say these train tracks. Say we in Jacob's trouble. And you need to go east. So that something in the spirit can happen that you can't perceive. The only word you've gotten from the Most High God is to rise up and head toward the east along the tracks. If you can't do that, and you go, well, what about my stove and my bathtub and all this stuff I got in my house? Then guess what? Your ass gonna die in that house. Because the Most High God ain't asking you; He's telling you what to do. And if you don't want to do what he tell you, man, you ain't worthy to serve. That's why Yahweh Shai had to say it bluntly, like, man, why y'all calling me Lord and y'all ain't doing the shit that I tell you to do? Why you call unto me Lord, Lord, and do not the things which I say? But anyway,
This is Luke 14:22. And the servant said, Lord, it is done as thou hast commanded, and yet there is room. And the Lord said unto the servant, Go out into the highways and hedges, and compel them to come in, that my house may be filled. For I say unto you, that none of those which were bidden shall taste of my supper.
so to those who were called and refused to come, they ain't going to taste of the banquet. That is the kingdom of heaven. They're not going to be part of the first fruits to enjoy the millennial reign of Yahweh Shai. And not to mention, they're not going to be of the greatest in the kingdom. Like, one of the things that we often don't acknowledge, though we say it all the time, and actually I'm going to read this real quick, so I'm going to come back to this. Right? It's in Matthew 5.
This is Matthew 5:17. Think not that I am come to destroy the law of the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill. For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law, till all be fulfilled. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments, and shall teach men so, he shall be called the least in the kingdom of heaven. But whomsoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven.
See, that's why we're telling our people, you are going to be found unworthy if you've been called and you refuse to listen. You're going to have some people, they're going to wait to the very, very, very end to try to put on their fringes, try to get a beard on their face. How you doing, brother? Try to start eating according to the scriptures, but it's going to be too late. See, there's going to come a certain point where the Most High God going to close the door to repentance. And you ain't going to be able to change and do something else. You ain't going to be able to change and show yourself an approved servant. You're going to have to stand in your lot. And your lot is going to be beset by wickedness and rebellion. And you're going to be found wanting. See, that's why I say it all the time, man. The time to keep the commandments is today, not tomorrow. Because tomorrow is promised to no man. Right? So we're going to start with 24 and we're going to work our way down. We're going to go down to 33. Cool. All right.
This is Luke 14:24. For I say unto you, that none of those men which were bidden shall taste of my supper. And there went great multitudes with him. And he turned and said unto them, If any man come to me, and hate not his father and mother, and wife and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple.
You literally have to be willing to forsake everything. Family, your own life, wealth, your job. All these things have to be on the chopping block when it comes to serving the Most High God. All of them. And a lot of our people, they have that one thing that they just can't part with. And they think the Most High God ain't going to test them. But he is. See, we're coming into Jacob's trouble, man. If you a law keeper and your family ain't law keeping, you might have to depart from them. If they constantly defiling their temples with pork, they eating all types of abominable insects because ain't no food out here, you gonna have to lead them people alone, man. You gonna have to lead them to their judgment. And if you ain't willing to forsake them in service of following the Most High God and his laws, then guess what? Your ass gonna die right with him. I'm gonna read it again.
Verse 26. If any man come to me, and hate not his father, and mother, and wife and children, and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple. And whosoever doth not bear his cross, and come after me, cannot be my disciple. For which of you intending to build a tower, sitteth not down first, and counteth the cost, whether he have sufficient to finish it? Lest haply after he hath laid the foundation, and is not able to finish. All that behold it began to mock him, saying, this man began to build and was not able to finish.
See, and that's something that happens to brothers who fall out the truth. You fall out the truth now, all of a sudden all your relatives going, yeah, that fad over, huh? You back to eating these ribs. You back to fucking these hoes. See, they begin to mock you because in their mind, they was hoping for you to fail because they couldn't even begin to keep the commandments. That's why as a follower of Yahushua, you got to be willing to endure unto death. And many of our people don't understand that's what's being demanded of them, not just asked.
Verse 28. Actually, you know what? Verse 31. Or what king goeth to make war against another king, sitteth not down first, and consulteth whether he be able with 10,000 to meet him that cometh against him with 20,000? Or else, while the other is yet a great way off, he sendeth an ambassador and desireth conditions of peace. So likewise, whosoever he be of you, that forsaketh not all that he hath, he cannot be my disciple.
That's playing up on tables, man. Yahushua saying, if you ain't willing to give all, you ain't worthy to serve. And this is of the Israelites and no one else. See, and a lot of Israelites, otherwise known as blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, and the scattered diaspora abroad, a lot of our people aren't willing to keep the laws of God unto death. You can't get a nigga to stay out the strip club to save his life. A lot of our people won't put down the pork. A lot of our people won't stop defiling their temples, smoking weed, smoking cigarettes, drinking to excess. See, a lot of our people don't understand, man. Those are going to be the type of egregious sins that get your ass up off this planet when Jacob's trouble set in, because death is going to come quickly to those who transgress God's laws and are Israelites. Did you have a question?
I have a favorite verse though. You like James?
Yeah.
James 1:4.
Let's read James 1.
But endurance must works endurance but sometimes it says steadfast endurance.
I have a question. Who was James talking to when he said that?
I don't know. I personally believe James.
That's
Go
cool.
by that alone.
That's interesting. So I'm going to read this first. I'm going to read James 1 and 4, right? This is James 1 and 1. James, a servant of God and of Lord Jesus Christ, to the 12 tribes which are scattered abroad. Greetings. So the word of James was written to the 12 tribes, the Israelites. So I have to ask, are you an Israelite? Okay, what's your father? What's your father? Well, I mean, you say that, but you got to remember, salvation is for the Israelites. James here is literally saying to the 12 tribes, and you're telling me you believe in James 1:4. So I have to ask you, if this message is for the Israelites, if you're not an Israelite, what business do you have reading the book of James? I know. I know. The Bible literally talks about the heathen taking hold of our covenant. I want to read that to you too, right? Because James 1 and 4 just says, but let patience have her perfect work, that ye may be perfect and entire, wanting nothing. So that's true. Like, we're supposed to be patient and be perfected by the Most High. But just so you know, that's for the Israelites. But the Israelites are those who fulfill the curses of Deuteronomy 28. That's why I'm asking you who your father is. Because you are who your father is according to Numbers 1 and 18. Yeah. So, is your father a so-called European by chance? So-called white man? Yeah? So that means you likely go back to the tribe of Edom. Of all the tribes on the earth, y'all are literally the wickedest tribe and have the least to do with the covenant
I'm
of
actually
God.
from a mixed race family. Keep on going.
Really? So what's your father?
Keep going.
What's your father? Because guess what? There's no such thing as being mixed. You are what your father is. Now, you could be right.
if your great-great-great-grandfather was so-called
You know
black,
what you tell me? You speak a lot of bullshit.
and that's why your ass going into slavery, for the bullshit that y'all people did to us. See, the white man is the only group of
That's
people
funny,
on the
because
planet
my dad's
who
not
thinks.
even white, you
And what is he? That's why I asked you. Is he black? That would make it from the tribe of Judah.
I am from the tribe of Judah.
Or is your dad black? That's why you won't answer, because he probably ain't. See, that's why I don't let these heathens sit among me trying to listen, because y'all always on some bullshit. Always. Get ready for slavery. It's well deserved. I tell you, man. Heathen always on some damn bullshit, man. Always thinking they're going to sneak into the kingdom. Whenever they find out the white man got to pay for his crimes, all of a sudden they daddy ain't white. Tell you, man. See, and that's something that our people have to understand. It ain't nothing to these damn heathen to lie. It ain't nothing to them. Nothing whatsoever. They will lie, bald face to your face. Won't blink, won't look off and to the side. All them little tells they tell you to look for when people lie. Man, the white man can lie to you and look at you like a damn snake. Inerrantly. That's why you gotta try them by the scriptures. See, I ain't trying to listen to what you think. See, that's why I had to ask her, who is James talking to? You saying this your favorite scripture? Okay, cool. You got a favorite scripture, but who is it to though? That's like if you robbed my mailbox and you said, this is my favorite letter right here. And it's addressed to me. See, if her father were really a so-called Negro, then she would be our people. But if her father were really a Negro, it wouldn't be that damn hard. See, that's the reality of things. If her father were really a Negro, she would have just said, my daddy black. And we could have moved on from point 1 to point 2. But the reality is, it was a big-ass problem because her daddy a goddamn cracker. See, that's the reality of what we're dealing with. Now these heathen know that their judgment is nigh. It's right up the street, and they're trying to find a way out of it. Not understanding that the judgment has already been cast. That judgment was sealed the moment they put their hands on us. I tell you, man. You're special, sister. If your father's black, Hispanic, or Native American, I don't know. All right, she look Hispanic, but she ain't trying to go off of that. But anyway, let's get back to the letter. See, when you bringing out the word, man, Satan comes immediately, man. Let's get on back to Luke. Alright, I was about to say, man, let's kind of go with it. Let's see what I want. Ooh, alright, there we go. So I finished it, but what Yahushua was talking about is essentially if you ain't ready to give everything, and this is Luke 14, 22 through 33. Yahushua was talking about being willing to give all and forsake all in the service of God. Many of our people are not willing to do that. That little harsh moment that we had, a lot of our people aren't willing to go through that. A lot of our people aren't willing to tell the heathen Christ ain't for them. They don't want that
that awkwardness. They don't want the ire of the heathen directed at them because they know how terrible these people are. But the reality is, that's exactly what God is demanding that you do. Stand up against the evildoers and declare unto them the judgment for their works. And more times than not, our people are not willing to do that because they're just cowards. But we're going to go ahead and slide over to Baruch 4:28 through 29. Slide. And who's Baruch? I thought it was near Sirach. As a matter of fact, I thought it was right after Sirach. Shoot. Yeah, I think it's right. Cool. Alright. We're going to go to Baruch 4:28. Let's go ahead and get it.
This is Baruch, chapter 4 and verse 28. For as it was your mind to go astray from God, so being returned, seek him 10 times more. For he that hath brought these plagues upon you shall bring you everlasting joy again with your salvation.
So that's why Yahushua was telling us you got to be willing to forsake all. Because despite the Most High God requiring you to forsake all to follow him and to stay on his program despite what might be happening around you, he's going to give it all back to you tenfold. Don't be worried about what you lose in the service of the Most High God. He'll give it back. He'll give it back with interest. Don't worry about that. You the one who's got the issue with upholding your end of the bargain. Our people were the ones who transgressed the covenant. Most High God has delivered on everything he promised. So if the Most High God promised that he got you for your investment, don't worry, he got you. If he says to forsake something, go ahead and let it go. He got you. Right?
Verse 30. Take a good heart, O Jerusalem, for he that gave thee the name will comfort thee.
So the Most High God is going to comfort us. When we have to give something away in service of the Most High God, don't worry, the Most High God is well aware what you had to sacrifice to remain compliant to his will and his law, statutes, and commandments. He's more than aware. And he's going to reward you if you just hold on and wait upon him. Sometimes that reward will come in a way that you don't even understand. But that reward will come. Just be patient. Right? Now we're going to go from here to Jeremiah 46 and 27 through 28.
This is Jeremiah, chapter 46 and verse 27. But fear not thou, O my servant Jacob, and be not dismayed, O Israel. For behold, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return and be in rest and at ease, and none shall make him afraid. Man, we'll have a good night when the white man's enslaved. Man, having a good night is impossible here in America. While we have to look at the same people who raped, robbed, and murdered our ancestors walking about with abject impunity. See, they don't realize, man, them nuclear missiles coming to America, they coming real soon. And everybody here gonna get burnt up, except for God's elect. See, That salvation everybody talk about they want, that's for the elect. And that's exactly what we're going to be saved from. See, that's why the white man love walking by talking about have a good night. Because he know in his mind, he going to have a great night walking up and down the land that he stole over the bones and bodies of the people that he murdered. He know he going to have a good night. If he ever have a dream or an aspiration, he can run his stupid ass down to the bank and get a business loan. And then get the very same people that his forefathers put on the bottom to work for him. He knows he going to have a good day. But see, the joke is on him, because I know one of these days, he ain't going to have no more days at all. His ass is going to be extinct. Verse 28, Fear not thou, O Jacob, my servant, saith the Most High Yahweh, for I am with thee. For I will make a full end of all the nations whither I have driven thee. But I will not make a full end of thee, but correct thee in measure. Yet will I not leave thee wholly unpunished. So despite us being punished by the Most High God, he is not going to make a full end of us as he's going to make of these heathen nations. Again, that's why you want to show yourself a servant worthy of being commended. Because if you are not that caliber of servant in the day of affliction, you will perish alongside those who have done nothing but rape, rob, and murder our people. But let's move on. Hey, what's up, man? You special, brother? You an Israelite? Oh, praise. So we're going to go to Revelations 11 and 11 through 12. Yeah, that's that brother in the white shirt I talked to earlier. He on the carrot ride. I don't see how people ride that shit, man. You right behind the horse, farting and shitting it, and then you have to ride it with a bunch of damn crackers. I ain't trying to do all that, man. I'm not trying to do all that. I'd much rather wait until the kingdom when I have my own carriage and my own horse, and I can treat my lady in such a way that she deserves. Not doing a group ride on a damn horse that's been basically slaving away all day, barely like a walk. The horse so damn tired. It's like, man, leave it to Esau, man. He even put the damn animals in slavery. Leave it to Esau to do that, man. But as it says in the Bible, man, the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. That's why they got these damn beasts of burden walking around on this asphalt in the middle of 90-degree heat. And most people don't know this asphalt is on average 10 to 20 degrees hotter than the surrounding air around it. So you're talking about 100, 110 degrees that horse been walking in all day. And when that horse get old and it's time for retirement, they gonna throw him on a ranch or they gonna turn his ass into glue. It's a shame, man. It really is. But let's go ahead and get this in Revelation. This is Revelations 11 and 11. And after 3 days and a half, the Spirit of life from God entered into them, and they stood up on their feet, and great fear fell upon them which saw them. That's what's happening now. That's why you got these heathen who might have a coon who was trying to intermix and interbreed with them. They'll come and sit and go, well, I got niggas in my family. Not understanding you are who your father is. See, that's why after I start bringing out all that, she said, well, you saying a bunch of bullshit. See, ain't it bullshit now that you got to pay for your crimes? That you just found out that James wasn't talking to you? Now it's bullshit. But it wasn't bullshit when I actually read it to you. It's only bullshit when somebody holds you to it. See, a lot of times what these heathen do is they'll read over things and they pretend like it's not there. But when you hold them to it and say, hey, look, you're trying to address a letter that's not for you. All of a sudden, well, I don't have to listen. The whole Bible's bullshit. I'm out. And I couldn't ask for a better gift because I'd rather her ass leave so I can get back to preaching the word. Right? But that's the fear that's inspiring these heathen to put on those little displays. It's inspiring them to try to come and usurp the word. They're trying to find out how they can be preserved.
not understanding that the Bible talks about their judgment at length, and salvation is not in the cards.
Verse 12, and they heard a great voice from heaven saying unto them, come up hither. And they ascended up to the heaven in a cloud, and their enemies beheld.
See, and that cloud is going to be a so-called UFO. That's why the Bible says the Lord maketh the cloud his chariot. Right? So in the day of destruction here in Babylon, the elect going to be getting saved. Yahweh Shai going to issue that order to bring us up into them clouds. And we're going to ascend into the heavens. And the heathen going to watch, knowing that their destruction is coming right behind these chariots. Because the missiles going to be coming, boy. All them air raid sirens going to be going off. People going to be going buck wild out here. They last in final minutes before they're incinerated. Not just incinerated, vaporized. The Bible talks about their eyes and their tongue consuming away in their holes while they stand on their feet. Nothing on this planet can do that except for nuclear fire. And that's exactly what's going to bathe America. But let's go ahead and slide on over to Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 1 through 5. I love reading this, right? Because it directly goes into the day of our salvation and how the heathen are going to have to sit back and witness us being saved while they are going to be put to death. And they're going to be thinking within themselves, how can this be? How is it that these people are the ones who are the children of God? The people that everyone since I was born told me that these are just niggers. These are just beings. These are the servants. How are these people numbered among the children of God? Well, let's read it here.
Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 1. Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labors. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they looked for.
See, they're going to be looking at us, getting taken up into them chariots. And they're going to be like, damn, man, we've been defrauding these people. We've been beating these people, been choking these people, been murdering these people. And now I'm witnessing these people be saved and receive salvation, knowing the next waking moment that I had. Because a lot of us talk to these heathen about them being in slavery and that they're going to be regenerated. Some of these heathen know about the principles of regeneration, although they might not understand it. But in that moment, a lot of them, it's going to click. And they're going to go, oh, shit, well, I guess next time I'll be back on a plantation, picking cotton, getting my back beat in. And they're going to know without a shadow of a doubt, it's true.
Verse 3. And they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, and a proverb of reproach. We fools accounted his life madness, and his end to be without honor. How is he numbered among the children of God, and his lot is among the saints?
They're going to be saying it's impossible. How are these niggers and beaners the children of God? How? How is this TP creeper who was drinking himself to death on a damn reservation? How is he numbered among the children of God? They don't understand that those are curses on us, man. And when those curses are lifted, we're going to be gathered out of here, and we're going to be put back in our land. But they're going to find out the hard way. It's going to be a surprise to them. I can't wait for that day. Lord willing, I'll be worthy to see it. Right? But we're going to move on from here. We're going to go ahead and slide on over to 2nd Ezra 2 and 26 to 32. We only got a little bit more, guys, and we're going to hang it up. Yeah, buddy. Either way.
This is 2nd Ezra, chapter 2 and verse 26. As for the servants whom I have given thee, there shall not one of them perish, for I will number or require them from among thy number. Be not weary, for when the day of trouble and heaviness cometh, others shall weep and be sorrowful, but thou shalt be merry and have abundance. Again, this is another declaration through one of the Most High God's prophets. In this case, Ezra. That in the day of affliction, in the day of judgment, while everyone else is gloomy and mourning and desperate, the children of the Lord are going to have abundance. We're going to be joyful and we're going to rejoice. Right? Verse 28. The heathen shall envy thee, but they shall be able to do nothing against thee, saith the Lord. My hand shall cover thee, so that thy children shall not see hell. And that hell is the grave. That's not a spiritual destination where you go and you burn without a body forever, which makes no sense if you actually think about it, right? But this hell is the grave, meaning the Most High God is going to preserve his children from death. Verse 30. Be joyful, O thou mother, with thy children, for I will deliver thee, saith the Lord. Remember thy children that sleep, for I shall bring them out of the sides of the earth, and show mercy unto them, for I am merciful, saith the Lord Almighty. Embrace thy children until I come, and show mercy unto them, for my wells runneth over, and my grace shall not fail. So even if you dead in the earth, you're going to be raised up. You're going to be resurrected to receive your due reward. The hell was that? That shit was big. I think that bug was angry, man. It was growling and shit. Anyway. But the Most High God has made a promise, man. His mercy extends even beyond death. That's why we're going to be rejoicing, man. In that day, you're going to be seeing people that you thought was dead and long gone walking around. And if they righteous, they might walk into the kingdom with you. They might be fighting side by side as a hunter with you. We've known brothers that have passed away while serving the Most High power, doing this work. Those are the brothers that we would like to think endured unto the end. And now their crown is laid up and now they get to rest and wait. But to those of us who are still here, we're still required to do the work. And as long as I have breath in my body, as for me and my house, we're going to serve Yahweh. Because that's the only way out of this mess. And that's the only power that we've ever had. But that's all I wanted out of that. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go over to 2nd Ezra 2 and 40 through 48. Because one of the things that we have to acknowledge is that we are endeavoring for a very specified reason. And that reason is to receive that white stone of exemption from judgment. To receive those white, clean, and immaculate garments. Those glorified bodies that are incorruptible. We want to be commended by the Messiah, Yahushua, when he is handing out the rewards to those who have diligently served. I know I want to be there in that day. This is 2nd Ezra 2 and 40. Take thy number, O Zion, and shut up those of thine that are clothed in white, which have fulfilled the law of the Lord. The number of thy children whom thou longest for is fulfilled. Beseech the power of the Lord, that thy people which have been called from the beginning may be hallowed. See, as I said to that brother earlier, I said to that brother Gary down there, I was like, brother, don't worry about the people who don't get it. There's a reason why you've been asking questions your whole life. There's a reason why you've always been the black sheep, trying to bring attention to certain things, and people have been ignoring you, right? Some of us have been called from the beginning. See, to anybody who is found worthy, you were called from the beginning. You ain't doing nothing that the Most High God didn't foretell of you doing. He is allowing us to do these works, to be found worthy. It is his will that this proceed like this, right? That we have the opportunity to wake up, keep the commandments, come out, and give our people the gospel, to bring them to repentance. That is his will. If it weren't, the Most High God could have left us in our sins. We could have died in the world. Verse 42. I, Ezra, saw upon the Mount Zion a great people, whom I could not number. And they all praised the Lord with songs. And in the midst of them, there was a young man of a high stature, taller than all the rest. And upon every one of their heads he set crowns, and was more exalted, which I marveled at greatly.
That one young man who was taller than the rest, that's Yahushua. The man that the world ignorantly calls Jesus Christ. Handing out crowns, handing out the reward for diligently keeping the law, even unto death.
Verse 44. So I asked the angel and said, Sir, what are these? He answered and said unto me, These be they that have put off the mortal clothing, and put on the immortal, and have confessed the name of God. Now they are crowned and receive palms.
Remember what I mentioned in 1 Corinthians 15, us receiving those incorruptible bodies? That's here. It's the same thing. It's just a slightly different metaphor.
Then I said unto the angel, What young person is it that crowneth them and giveth them palms in their hands? And he answered and said unto me, It is the Son of God, whom they have confessed in the world. Then began I greatly to commend him that stood so stiffly for the name of the Lord. Then the angel said unto me, Go thy way and tell my people what manner of things, and how great wonders of the Lord thy God hast thou seen.
So after Ezra saw this, the angel that he was conferring with, that he was speaking with, told him, now that you know this, go spread the word. Go tell your people what you know now. Let them know that there is a reward for those who diligently seek the Most High God, who obey his law, statutes, and commandments, and believe on his Son. There is a reward for those who patiently endure. Go tell them. Because I'm going to tell you, without a reward, our people don't have the motivation. Me, myself included. I wouldn't know if I would have enough motivation. Right? I thank the Most High God that I say that I'm not motivated by any type of reward, because I simply want to do what the Most High God has told me to do. But in reality, it would be a lot harder to do this work if there was no reward. See, that's why it's important to read these scriptures so you understand what's going on. But see, a lot of our people, they think they're going to serve the Most High God their way. And as a result, they're going to be found wanting in that day. And they're not going to get those immaculate white garments. They're not going to get those incorruptible bodies. They're going to have to be reborn in the kingdom with a shamed face. And we don't even know what that entails. We do know that they're going to be least in the kingdom of heaven, though. So we're going to go ahead and slide over to Baruch 4:21 through 25. Y'all believe in the Bible? What tribe y'all go back to in the Bible? That's important. Okay. Well, I have to ask everybody what their father is, because in Numbers 1 and 18, you are who your father is. I'm sorry. Well, God's not the father to all nations. He says it himself in 2 Ezra 6 and 54. Matthew 15:24, Jesus Christ was sent for the Israelites. And this is why you don't give people who they are right off the bat, because some of our people don't want it. See, if I tell you the real name of God ain't God, does that pique your interest? I bet not. How about there's 613 commandments and not 10? Doesn't pique your interest at all. And that's why you don't give it to the heathen. That's exactly why. Because it's not for them. White woman walking with some, I think they look like Pacific Islanders. Might be Filipino. But here's the thing though. Unless they show interest in the word, I'm not forcing nobody to get these scriptures anymore. I'm not doing that. Unless you have a curiosity to receive the scriptures, I'm not handing you who you are. If you can't even tell me who your father is, I'm not telling you nothing. See, and the sad part is, they following behind that damn cracker woman, not understanding that they the worst of the worst. See, the white man is the only nation on the planet who ain't gonna get no mercy from the Most High. They're gonna be destroyed. And you got all these heathen following after the damn white man, the Edomites. Not understanding that they're leading everybody to a position where they just openly and flagrantly disobey God or persecute the Israelites. But anyway, let's head to Baruch.
This is Baruch 4:21. Be of good cheer, O my children. Cry unto the Lord. And he shall deliver you from the power and hand of your enemies, or of the enemies. For my hope is in the everlasting, that he will save you. And joy is come unto me from the Holy One, because of the mercy which shall soon come unto you from the everlasting our Savior. For I sent you out with mourning and weeping, but God will give you to me again with joy and gladness forever. Like as now the neighbors of Zion have seen your captivity, so shall they shortly see your salvation from our God, which shall come upon you with great glory and brightness of the everlasting. My children, suffer patiently the wrath that is come upon you from God. For thine enemy hath persecuted thee, but shortly thou shalt see his destruction, and shalt tread upon his neck.
So again, I have to ask the question, if we're going to be treading on the necks of our enemies, how the fuck are they going to receive salvation? See, these are questions that the heathen don't ask. Because in their mind, they think God won't do good or evil, but on the off chance there's some good, let me put in a bit of lip service so I can get some salvation. Not understanding that the Most High God got a judgment for the people who've been enslaving his children for the last 400 years. But let's go ahead and we're going to turn over to Revelations 21 and 1 through 8. And then we're going to go back. Actually, we're going to go to Daniel 7 and 13 through 14 first. And then we're going to do that. Right? Because we're going to see the account of New Jerusalem descending from heaven, coming out of those chariots. The Israelites coming out of those chariots in those newly incorruptible bodies, ready for war, ready to take this kingdom, ready to take the earth. See, again, people will read about the splendor of such descriptive words that are used in Revelations 21, but they don't think about the implications. What about everybody else? What are the elect coming out of those chariots to do? Well, let's go ahead and get this in date.
This is Daniel 7 and 13. I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. And there was given him dominion and glory, and a kingdom, that all people, nations, and languages should serve him. His dominion is an everlasting dominion, which shall not pass away, and his kingdom that which shall not be destroyed.
So when the kingdom of heaven is established on earth, that's a wrap, man. Ain't gonna be no Nebuchadnezzar-like figure rising up to take down the Israelites. No Nimrod-like figure to establish his dominance on the earth. The Edomites ain't gonna be around to be causing havoc all throughout the earth no more. That shit is gonna be brought to an end. But let's go ahead and get Revelations 21, 1 through 8. And with that, that'll be the final scripture that we get for the lesson. And we'll go ahead and get our favorite scripture. We'll wrap it up. And those who've been listening and watching the video, I appreciate you for rocking to the end. Those of you who watch a little bit of it, I still appreciate you. Make sure you get edified, built up, and you keep studying. Right?
This is Revelations 21 and 1. And I saw a new heaven and a new earth. For the first heaven and the first earth were passed away, and there was no more sea. And I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem, coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And I heard a great voice out of heaven saying, Behold, the tabernacle of God is with men, and he will dwell with them, and they shall be his people, and God himself shall be with them, and be their God. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes, and there shall be no more death, neither sorrow, nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things are passed away. You got to keep in mind, this is for New Jerusalem. This ain't for everybody. See, everybody thinks that Jerusalem, a literal city, is going to descend from the sky, plop down on the earth, and it's just going to be a utopia from there. Not understanding that that city are the physical Israelites coming to establish dominance and order for Yahushua on the planet. That means a lot of the powers that exist now are going to have to be thrown down or completely eliminated. Dare I say all of them. Because see, some of them are going to be willing to go into captivity, knowing that they deserve it and knowing that it's preferable to the existence that we have here. But most of these kingdoms are going to fight tooth and nail to try to maintain their sovereignty. And as a result, they're going to disobey and they're going to be destroyed. When I say disobey, I mean the call for surrender. Verse 5, and he that sat upon the throne and said, behold, I make all things new. And he said unto me, write, for these words are faithful and true. And he said unto me, it is done. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst of the fountain of the water of life freely. He that overcometh shall inherit all things, and I will be his God, and he shall be my son. But the fearful and unbelieving, and the abominable, and murderers, and whoremongers, and sorcerers, and idolaters, and liars shall have their part in the lake which burneth with fire and brimstone, which is the second death. And with that, that's the conclusion of my lesson. How you doing? If you're an Edomite or a white man, prepare for slavery. That's what the Bible says. Get ready.
Okay.
See, the white man think after murdering 250 million blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans, you get to go to heaven. You think that?
No, of course not.
You think the blood of Christ is on you?
I hope so.
Well, how about Matthew 27 where it says,
Ah,
yeah, let's read it.
it's 25.
No, Matthew 27. 27. I want to show you, right? So this is Matthew 27 and 20. But the chief priests and elders persuaded the multitude that they should ask Barabbas and destroy Jesus. The governor answered and said unto them, whether of the twain will ye that I release unto you? They said, Barabbas. Pilate said unto them, what shall I do then with Jesus, which is called Christ? They all said unto him, let him be crucified. And the governor said, why? What evil hath he done? But they cried out the more, saying, let him be crucified. When Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but that rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See ye to it. Now this is the one Roman and white man that's involved in the crucifixion. He has nothing to do with it, right? According to his own words and account. Now let's but let's see what the people say afterward. Then answered all the people and said, his blood be upon us and our children. Now, if the blood of Christ is for the redemption of sins, who's under the law and capable of sin? Exactly, the Israelites. That's what his blood was shed for. To redeem the Israelites from being transgressors of the law and to bring them under the new covenant. You read that in Hebrews 9 and 10. Where does the heathen fit into it?
Well, they hear the message later, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and guess what? Y'all are going to be slaves when you hear that message. Like it says in Isaiah 60, the sons of strangers shall build up thy walls. So just like America was built with the backs of my forefathers, how we maintain it today, you're going to build the kingdom of heaven. We're going to be beating your back in with a rod of iron. I can't wait. That smile you got, I'm going to make sure you ain't got no teeth. So you can't smile at me like that. Because it make me uneasy. I imagine you pumping one of your dogs at home while you smile like that. Because y'all are very perverse people. Ooh. So I have a question. How is homosexuality spreading in Nigeria? Did they do that organically themselves, or did the white man bring that over there? Y'all brought that over there. Just like y'all brought homosexuality to the Caribbean, you made it basically commonplace here in America. What are they pushing for now to make a human right according to the UN? Pedophilia. They're saying pedophilia is a human right according to the UN. No, it is true. Go ahead and look it up because it just passed about a week ago. Y'all have been hard at work being wicked. That's why it says in Maccabees 1, when after Alexander the Greek died and his 4 tetrarchs put crowns on their heads, they put crowns on their sons and their sons' heads, and evils were multiplied in the earth. Who are those people, the Greeks? Western civilization. No, it's your people. Yeah. That's why all this shit is going on. That's why our Messiah has to come back and actually set everything in order. Have you read Isaiah 63 where his first stop is Basra, the capital city of Edom? Where he's walking back covered in blood, saying that he tread the winepress alone? Who you think he's stepping on? I can't wait for it.
So you thought I was going to tell you, God bless you, and come on into the kingdom of heaven. Why would I want a rapist and a pedophile in the kingdom of heaven?
Oh. Jesus also said, don't judge, right?
No. He said, judge righteously.
Oh, he also said,
No,
judge not.
if I say judge so ye be not judged, what I'm saying is don't judge according to a certain standard. Because if you're a transgressor of that standard, then you're a hypocrite. So I have to say this. If you're not allowed to judge, shouldn't the white man be the most incapable of judging on the planet, considering how much blood y'all have in your hands? How much land theft y'all have? You see what I'm saying? Yeah, so how are y'all in the position of authority? When are y'all going to abdicate that position? I know the answer to that. Never. Y'all would sooner see all flesh on this planet die than give up power. That's why the Messiah has to come back and throw down your rulership with great violence.
You're right about it. It's not giving up their power.
Because y'all are walking over the bones and bodies of our people every day. 250 million people is y'all killed to take this land. And y'all don't feel nothing about it.
Some of us remember what's the point. That's
Sure.
not enough.
But would you be willing to go back to the Caucasus Mountains of Georgia, Russia and go home? Mount Seir? The Edomites, your real home? Or are you you're holding on to the things here in America and you ain't going nowhere? I think that's your mindset. You ain't going nowhere. Yeah. Because you ain't got no plans to go back home.
Nope. I mean, yeah, hope's a long way away, right? Long years away.
I'm going to give you a test, right? Because we often hear that people are sorry for what happened to us during the transatlantic slave trade. And the Bible gives us a really good test for those who are really sorry. Right? And if you are, you will be the second so-called white man, because you're an Edomite, you're not a white man, right? You would be the second Edomite that I've...
Well, race is also something that white people invented.
Oh, no, not ethnos. So y'all made something called a demonym and an ethnonym. So like I call myself an American, that's a demonym. I'm named after a nation. Your ethnonym or your tribe, that's in the Bible. Numbers 1 and 18, you are what you follow.
Right. But yeah, that's tribal. That's not racial.
No, it is. Yeah, it is. What do you mean? That's more intimate than race.
Perhaps.
Because here's the thing. You are who your father is, so how can you cross the line? You can never cross the line. If I have a daughter, her children are whoever she has children. And if I have a son, whatever children he produces, that's more me. The lines never blur, they never cross. There is no such thing as mixed, nothing of the sort. That's why when y'all say y'all are saved or recipients of the grace of the Bible, that's impossible. Because one of the prophecies is that Esau, the Edomites, have to be eliminated according to Obadiah 1 and 18. Y'all have to be wiped off the face of the earth.
Sins of our fathers.
Yeah. But let me go ahead and get this test out.
Yeah,
Right?
you can do your test.
So this is Isaiah 49 and 22. Actually, there it is. So we'll start at 23. And kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and their queens thy nursing mothers. They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth. That's step one. Are you willing to bow down with your face toward the earth?
Bow once or twice. Not often.
Bow now. This is what the Bible. I'll read it again for you. And kings shall be thy nursing fathers, and their queens thy nursing mothers. They shall bow down to thee with their face toward the earth, and lick up the dust of thy feet. And thou shalt know that I am the Lord, for they shall not be ashamed that wait upon me. So are you willing to bow down?
If Jesus were here, I believe I would.
I'm gonna tell you, if Jesus were here, he'd just cut your head off. Because at that point, ain't no more asking you to bow. See, if you're not willing to bow to the least of the Israelites, what makes you think the king is going to tolerate your presence to bow down to him when you have your chance right now, according to the scripture? Exactly. Because if you were a king and you found out that, say I broke into your house and your son accosted me and said, hey, apologize for what you did, and I refused, then you show up with authority and you go apologize to my son, and I still refused, but I said I'd apologize to you. You have an issue with that. Why won't you apologize to my son?
I'll apologize for the sins of mine and my father.
Sure, and you know how to do it. I don't want words. They don't do nothing. And this is how you know they're not sincere. This is why every reparations your people have ever given us, you've given it to the slave master or to other white people pretending to be Native Americans. The white man literally issued reparations already for slavery. They don't tell us that. But they gave it to the slave master and not the slave. They already gave reparations to the Native Americans, but then they instituted something called the Dawes Rule, where the white man for $5 could become a Native American on his birth certificate. That's where the 40 acres of the mule went, y'all claim. Just like y'all steal everything else. That's why this test is a really good one, because it requires you to put your pride to the side. And the most prideful people on the planet are the Edomites. That's why there's very few of you who do this test. I'm gonna tell you, when Christ returns, ain't no more talking. Ain't no more talking. Sure, what's up?
Why isn't Christianity like the company or some shit?
Because the original Christians were black people. And I'll prove it. Have you ever read Acts 13 and 1? What's it say? I'm only saying that because when people say they've read it, but they can't quote it, what's the purpose of reading it? You don't know it. That's why I have a Bible, so I don't have to memorize it, right? So this is Acts 13 and 1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, that was called Niger, N-I-G-E-R. Now in Latin, right, that word means black. That's why here in America, y'all call black people what? You've been saying it for 400 years.
Maybe, but I'm not gonna say that anymore.
See, now that the truth comes out, the word nigger is no longer in the white man's vocabulary. But that's all our people know now. Because one of the curses is that we would be destroyed. That yoke of iron that was put up on the Israelites' neck until they were destroyed, that's why our people call ourselves niggers. See, you saying you won't call me a nigger, I actually find that more offensive because the damage is already done. So why not just roll with it? I love white people who are just outwardly racist. You know why? Because I know you're my enemy at that point. The ones who are friendly and say, hey buddy, how you doing? Hey, I got this job for you. And then 6 months later, oh, I gotta fire you. Yeah, I know you built your life on this job, but yeah, I gotta let you go. That's why we're told in the Bible to never trust our enemy. Surely as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. We're also told to pray for our enemies, right? Enemies who are Israelites, yes. Not enemies who are heathens. Yeah. That's why in Leviticus 19 and 17 it says that I'm not supposed to hate my brother in my heart. I'm not supposed to hold a grudge against my brother. That's who the enemy that Christ was talking about is. He wasn't talking about the same people who were going to crucify him on the cross, the Romans. When did he say, hey, pray for Herod? Pray for Pontius Pilate?
He said, forgive them, they don't know what they do.
Yeah, he talked about the Israelites. Remember Matthew 27, we just read. Pontius Pilate said, I have nothing to do with it. It's their fault. And they said, may his blood be upon us and our children, the Israelites. That's why he said, forgive them, for they know not what they do. And who knew what they were doing? Remember Caiaphas in the book of John, who foretold that same year that one man would come and die for the nation? And from that time when he had counsel with the Sadducees and the Pharisees, and he gave them that revelation, then they started trying to put him to death. That's the whole reason why they got him killed. Because they knew the one man that the white man shouldn't have lynched, he had to make sure y'all did. Why do you think when Judas, the spirit of Satan came on Judas, Jesus Christ said, go and do what you do quickly? Christ he wanted to die so he could redeem his people. Not everyone. I have a question. So say I broke in your house. I murdered everybody in your house. And you came home and you said, you know what? I love my family and I love the person who just murdered all my people. You know, he got the knife in his hand, the blood on his clothes. I want to give the murderer a big old hug. Is that what you're going to think? Of course not. So,
I'm human and limited.
so here's the thing. Christ is coming down. His children have been getting murdered for over 250 years. 400 years here alone. That's not even counting the murder that happened under the Grecians and under the Romans. That's not even counting the fact that the fake Jews over in Israel today have stolen our heritage. Revelations 2 and 9, I know thy works of tribulation and poverty, and I know the work are the blasphemy of them that say they are Jews and are not, but of the synagogue of Satan. Those are the words of Christ, by the way. Yeah, they are. They are the words of Christ.
Paul says that.
No, it's in Revelations.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm about to say, no, that's not him.
Okay.
I think I need to give this to you before you go. You need to understand the rulership of Christ. It's not going to be a big sleepover with everybody playing PlayStation and having fun. Somebody going to be getting their ass whooped. Man, this is Revelations 2 and 26. And he that overcometh and keepeth my works unto the end, to him will I give power over the nations. And he shall rule them with a rod of iron. As the vessels of a potter shall they be broken to shivers, even as I received of my Father. So I have a question. if the people who are receiving that rod of iron to beat people into shivers, right, metaphorically speaking, you think it's going to be a kind rulership of the Israelites in the kingdom of heaven? No. It's not. Yeah. Thou sayest, justice will be done. See, and you might not bow now, but you will bow. Even if we have to break your knees to make you king, you will bow. That's why we give you the chance now, because that's how you're going to receive mercy. Because ain't going to be no sunscreen in the kingdom. Ain't no air conditioning for you. Ain't no computer for you to sit and play solitaire. Or nepotism for you to take advantage of to get a better job than your neighbor. All that shit's going to be gone for you. You're going to have to make your way the way everybody else does, by getting it out the mud as a slave. You're going to know what it feels like to bury your own children. Or better yet, on my plantation, if I'm your master, you won't know your children. They'll be born, and I will sell them in front of you. And I will tell you, don't cry or I will beat you. That's what y'all did to us. Yeah. See, the white man know what he got coming. He know what he got coming, and he know he deserved it. That's why when they come up talking about, I'm sorry, all this nice shit, fuck all that. You gonna bow down? You gonna bow down and kiss some boots? Or you gonna stand there and make excuses and talk shit? Because I ain't trying to do that. I ain't trying to hear that. I don't want to hear nothing. I'm like Dollar Bill from Players Club. Don't say shit to me. Don't look at me. Right? Well, let's go ahead and get this final verse.
This is Revelations, chapter 22 and verse 14. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life, and may enter in through the gates into the city.
I like to punctuate this lesson by saying, Call halal Yahweh B'Shem Yahweh Shai. That's all praises be unto Yahweh in the name of his son Yahweh Shai. Kwam Yasharallah, in death to America. All praises. Yeah, buddy.